on time.
Keep it going.
Never late, but precisely when they intend to. And of course,
Cheeky.
Nicole's beautiful twin, Alamex. Also sharing their wonderful voice with you all, Miss Michelle Grieber. Sharing their talent, Miss Rebecca Soquette. Our favorite mayor and dragon, Miss Kathy Westluck. And the always fantastic Andrea Libman.
Andrea will be joining us shortly.
Yeah, Andrea will be here shortly.
Okay, I will leave you in the capable hands of these talented people. Thank you.
What is Andrea reading? Fluttershy and Pinkie Pie? Is Andrea here yet? No, she's not. Okay. So, hi everyone. We're just waiting for Andrea, but do you guys want to stunt read her lines in? Sure. Should we do that until she gets here? I'll do Fluttershy. Favorite pony. Kathy's mic isn't working. Could somebody help that out? So say with Michelle.
Test, test.
There we go. It's also called vamping.
Test, test.
Okay, so I'll read Fluttershy till Andrea gets here. Does somebody want to take over Pinkie Pie? And we do that in real sessions, guys, by the way, when the actors, sometimes actors are on other sets or not able to be there. We'll just read in the lines for our fellow actors so they get a sense of stuff. So
So it's like actually having a conversation with a person.
yeah, so everyone, let's do this.
Did someone take Pinkie Pie?
Who is Pinkie Pie? Who is Pinkie Pie?
So I have a surprise about
Who's going to
Pinkie
do Pinkie
Pie.
Pie? Michelle, can you do Pinkie Pie?
Pinkie Pie,
Great.
absolutely.
And everyone's mic's working?
Apparently so.
Yeah.
Okay,
Oh,
great.
yes.
Let's.
So, Nicole, actually, I have a surprise. We have a special
Oh
announcement.
God, she was powdering her nose. Everybody.
Did it.
We were just. Hey, Andrea, we were just handing out your parts.
Were you?
Yeah, we were being really supportive that way.
Vultures.
Yeah.
And we also have
Vultures.
a volunteer.
I didn't.
Yeah.
I'm just.
You wouldn't be like that.
Wouldn't do that.
Diamond Tiara.
May
I knew
have
you
a,
would come.
May I have a script? Or am I cut from it now?
Here, you start, Andrea. Why don't you?
And I think I just understand we don't have Britt here, but we do have someone who's willing to be Diamond Tiara instead, and he will enter as a ballet dancer, and he is.
Gay.
Come on, where's your best enter as a ballet dancer? Ballet dancer, okay. There you go. That's much better.
That's a 10.
I'm confused.
Wherever it says Diamond Tiara, you speak.
Okay.
Okay, good.
Oh my gosh.
All right, let's do this, puppy. This is a beautiful script written by who?
Horizon.
Yep. And it's called what? What's the title?
Can you hear me now?
A matter of principles.
Excellent. And we are going to do our best to get through this 42-page epic tome. So it's called Act Fast, or we may have to time jump. Are we ready?
Yeah.
Yes.
Let's get started.
Let's do it. Let's go.
One day in the Canterlot High Gymnasium.
Great work, everybody. We're almost done.
Woohoo! This is gonna be the best graduation party ever!
Rainbow Dash, Applejack, keep posting those flyers, directing everyone to the gym.
You bet, Sunset. Sure thing.
Rarity, those decorations look amazing.
Thank you, darling.
Fluttershy, you just keep working on that singing pigeon chorus.
I'm helping.
Awesome, Pinkie Pie. Let's go over everyone's RSVPs.
Is there anything I can do to help?
1, 2, 3.
Principal Celestia.
Oh, principal, yeah.
By the way, he's playing Principal Celestia. Yeah, there you go.
We're good, thanks. But is everything all right? You sound kind of funny.
Oh, I just got over a cold. I know how important this party is. So, to my star pupil, if there's anything you need, let me know.
Sure thing.
And I just wanted to say, I am so proud of all of you. You come such a long way, especially for you, Sunset.
Thank you.
See you around.
Well, that was nice of her.
Air traffic control to Sunset. Hello?
Sorry.
Is something the matter, darling?
No, I'm fine. It's just, once upon a time, I would have done anything to hear that from Celestia. Oh, the drinks! Oh, gosh, I almost forgot to put the soda order in.
Is there anything I can do to help? 1, 2, 3.
Princess Celestia?
I did it again. Yes. Yes, just an ordinary principal here to visit my star pupils. Oh, so if there's anything you need, just let me know. Sure thing. See you around.
Oh, yeah, graduation party. Changeling invasion!
You are my Equestria girls. Met you when the light switched on. It brightens up my day like the sun when my friends come running. You were right all along. That together we're always better. We could turn a sketch into a masterpiece. When you're here, I feel like I'm complete. You are my Equestria girls.
That's all right, I'm having...
A short time later,
There she is, up by the counter.
Yes, time to kick some changeling butt.
Rainbow Dash, what is a changeling? And why must you insist on fighting it?
I see somebody was busy painting their nails last slumber party instead of listening to Princess Twilight talk about home.
Ooh, it looks like she's doing one of those villain monologue things where she talks about her evil plan.
Let's see if we can sneak closer in.
Well, that didn't work.
Ma'am?
I should have known Sunset would be too busy to talk to me. I shouldn't have even come. But now that Twilight and her friends are running Equestria and Luna and I have finished our vacation, I just don't have anything to do.
Ma'am?
I can't even go back to teaching. 3 generations I ran Princess Celestia School for Gifted Unicorns. 3 generations. And in the span of a single year, it's been accreditation problems, declining enrollment, a schmooze flood. Okay, that one was basically my fault. But I can't even try to fix things because now it's getting merged with Twilight Sparkle's School of Friendship. Is that it? After all these years, is there no good I can do as the world moved on? Am I washed up?
Ma'am? Ma'am, this is a Wendy's.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sunset Shimmer?
We've been made! Get the changeling!
Hold on, Dash. First, let's see who you really are.
What is she doing?
Oh, just using her special magical empathy powers to look inside your brain and learn what you already know when we've been close enough to hear your exposition.
Princess!
Sunset?
Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't know things were so hard for you. Girls, this is Princess Celestia from the far side of the portal. A very special pony and my old teacher.
Not a changeling?
No, Dash. Would you girls be willing to set up the graduation party without me so the princess and I can spend some time together?
Oh, you do that for me?
Of course. The last time we visited Equestria, all we got to do was talk. Maybe you could take me around Canterlot and show me all the things you've done since I've left. You must have so much to be proud of.
I'd love that.
Oh, how sweet, Sunset. Darling, of course we can finish without you.
Except for the soda order.
Oh, that's right. Shoot. Wait right here. I'll go grab my wallet, text that order in, and then we'll head to Equestria.
Oh, certainly. Take whatever time you need to. Text.
20 minutes later, back at the school gym.
Graduation cake incoming!
Not yet, darling. The tablecloths aren't straight.
Rainbow Dash, could you move that banner 3 feet to the right?
I can't hear you. I got the wrong character. 1 second. Here we go. I can't hear you from up here.
Banner 3 feet right.
Louder!
3 feet right.
Louder! She said 3 feet right.
Oh, geez, AJ, no need to shout.
Woo! Yoo-hoo! Principal Celestia! I'm so glad you're back. We're running a teensy bit behind. Could I get a hand with these bouquets?
Oh, certainly. But what?
Sorry.
Huh? Yeah? What?
Yes,
Flip
yes,
it
yes,
and
yes.
take 2.
Take 2.
Certainly, but I may not be here for long.
Uh-oh, you sound like a princess.
I hate to interrupt you, but did Sunset Shimmer ever finish her order of the texting?
I don't quite know how to break it to you, Your Highness, but you and Sunset Shimmer went back to Equestria 10 minutes ago.
Oh. Is that supposed to be a problem? There are multiple portals to Equestria permanently open these days. I will just go back through and...
Principal Celestia.
1, 2, 3.
Administrator
Mayor.
Thank goodness I found you. Canterlot High has a problem.
A problem? With a school?
Yes, the school board is here.
Miss Mayor, I realize this is urgent, but could the principal and I have a moment, please?
Oh, no, it's all right. I'm sure Sunset will understand a few minutes' delay if there are people who need me. Lead on, Miss Mayor. You have no idea how excited I am to be able to help.
Great. This way.
This is gonna be one of those days, ain't it?
Celestia's a princess in the other world, isn't she? I'm certain she can take care of herself.
Yeah, she must have beat up all the monsters that even Twilight couldn't handle. You know, Equestria is pretty dangerous. I hope Principal Celestia is okay.
Meanwhile, in Equestria,
Whoa. You know, I go through that portal so often these days, I don't even have to adjust to being a pony anymore. Shall we head to Canterlot, Princess?
Ah, Boniface!
Well, that's something I wasn't expecting to hear twice in a row.
All my things are horse things.
Okay, calm down, Principal Celestia. It's all right.
Oh, is it all right?
This is Equestria, where I come from.
Why am I a horse?
An alicorn. Your counterpart here is the princess who uses her magic to raise the sun every morning.
Magic horse?
Yeah, Equestria is where the magic comes from that the girls and I, and again, take 2. Yeah, Equestria is where the magic comes from that the girls and I save the school with. Like every other week.
Magic horse who rises sun
Yeah.
with magic.
We can talk about it later. First, let's take you home and go get... Spike?
Yeah. Princess Celestia, Sunset Shimmer. Thank goodness you're here.
Actually, I'm the...
There's a giant monster stopping Ponyville flat, and there's a friendship school field trip, so every pony who can fix this is gone for a week.
Okay, definitely taking you home now.
Wait. You're saying there's a monster destroying a city, and this world... Sorry. You're saying there's a monster destroying this city, and this world, me, is magic horse who smooths the sun?
Principal Celestia?
You're a quick study at that sun thing.
Little dragon man, take me to this monster.
Ooh, boy. Meanwhile, at Canterlot High.
Hearken unto us, loyal subjects and counselors, and heed our decrees. In turn, render these. Oh, good Lord, here we go. In turn, render thine advice according to thy wisdom, that we may work toward the commonwealth of this school. Sometimes there really is no substitute for traditional forms of introduction, don't you think? So, members of the esteemed school board, what is this problem we're having?
Well, let's start with your recent request for funds to buy updated computers for the school library.
To buy? Excuse me?
Computers.
Computers. Yes! Oh, yes, computers! I know what those are, of course. Hypothetically speaking, though, what would one look like?
Like the one on your desk there?
That's a computer? Oh, my word, how marvelously decorative. Double the request. I want to take some home to Equestria.
Pardon me, did you say double?
Take some home?
Equestria?
Equestria?
Principal Celestia, is this your way of trying to get us to accept your request for more vacation days?
Why would I want more vacations?
Well, we thought the strain of your position has been getting to you recently in the light of recent supernatural events.
Oh! No. I am quite used to those. They're quite invigorating, you know, truth be told. In fact, I could do with a few more. I miss the danger. Oh, beg pardon, I'm digressing. We were talking about computers, correct?
Well, you know what? We can finish that conversation any other time.
I'm sure we'd be happy to grant you all the vacation time you clearly need, Principal.
Ooh, anything else?
Well, we have outlined some of the concerns over the current curriculum here. Principal Celestia?
Oh, I don't have my magic here, do I? Well, I have to grab things now. How delightfully pedestrian.
Right. Well, good day.
Well, goodbye. It was a joy to meet you. Again. Oh, that was fun.
Principal Celestia, I'm so sorry to interrupt, but we also have a student emergency.
An emergency? Oh, how wonderful. I mean, wonderfully terrible, I mean. Do come in.
You heard her. In. And stop rubbing your black eye, Diamond Tiara. You'll only make it worse.
Oh, goodness, what happened?
Apple Bloom here got into a fight with Diamond Tiara right in the middle of physics class. They've already been caught fighting 2 times this month.
Hey, she started it. She said the dirt in her shoe has a better education than me.
Well, it's Terrell.
You go to the same school as me.
Whatever.
Oh, girls, Apple Bloom does have a point, but...
Wait until my father hears about this.
You can't say that every darn time, girl.
As I was saying, Apple Bloom, while you do have a point about school pride, I expect better of you. Have you been too busy fighting to pay attention during friendship studies?
Friendship studies?
Yes. Your class is on the study of friendship.
Princess Celestia, we ain't never had anything like that.
What?
I've never heard anything like that either.
But wait, where were those papers from the school board? Oh, here, let's see. Literature, yes. Mathematics, good. History, home economics, PE, biology. Apple Bloom, Diamond Tiara, you must excuse us. Administrator Mayer and I have a critical matter to attend to.
A few minutes later.
And you say this will carry my voice over the entire school? Oh, how convenient. This is so much better for my throat than the Royal Canterlot voice.
Oh, dear.
Attention, students of Canterlot High. This is your principal announcing a crucial and immediate change in the school's curriculum. The addition of mandatory friendship studies.
Principal Celestia.
Yes?
Are you certain about this? You'd be holding students back at least 3 semesters.
Only 3? Oh, no. Something as important as friendship should take a full 9.
But the students will riot.
Oh, surely it can't be that bad.
Not to mention the overtime we'll have to budget.
Miss Mayor, friendship is the single most important lesson we could possibly impart. Money is no object.
Oh, no object? Do it! Do it!
Now, since this new curriculum applies to all students, seniors will have to return to their studies and cannot graduate until they pass. I hear mild rumbling, but I do not hear rioting. Do you hear rioting? Good, well, that went better than expected.
Rioting noises!
So upset.
Riot! Rabble!
Okay, never mind.
All I hear is the sound of sweet overtime.
Oh, I'm sure they're just overreacting. But they'll be learning friendship. It will be all right in the end.
10-hour days? No, 12, 16. The school shall last forever!
Meanwhile, as a monster attacks Ponyville, I'm so upset.
One, two, three.
Cthulhu!
Behold me tremble before the mightiest of the elder gods!
Hey! Tentacle face! My turn.
Celestia! Principal, what are you doing?
Sensat.
Yes?
I run a high school, and for the first time in my life, the solution to a problem doesn't involve meekly pleading with teenagers to behave. Give me this.
Foolish mortal! Cthulhu is all-powerful. Your world is mine. Wait, no, stop. What do you...
1, 2, 3.
I didn't know the sun could do that.
No. Stop.
Oh, covering eyes.
If I ever go back through that portal, I am never getting within a mile of detention.
Me neither.
Uncle, I give.
With ancient magic, how powerful evil is next?
Principal, wait! She teleported away.
I'll go wake up Princess Luna.
I'll go find Princess Celestia.
meanwhile, at the high school,
Student mob! We're a student mob! A student mob!
All right, fellas, follow me.
1, 2, 3. No more pencils, no more books, no more teachers' dirty looks.
If we burn down the building, you get summer break, and I get to go to that private academy.
1, 2, 3.
Yes, burn! Huh?
Not on. Wait, this is Apple Bloom. Not on my watch, you two big bully.
Why, you... Hi-ya! Ouch!
Got ya.
Student mob.
Okay, I don't got ya.
Sis, hold on.
Applejack.
Now listen up. Oh God, here comes the speech. I'm gonna show y'all some down-home country magic. See this crowbar? Well, look at that, I turned it into a pretzel. So who'd like to volunteer for my next trick?
Hoo-wee. Thanks, sis.
Now you stay put. I gotta go help Dash and Rarity at the gym. We'll talk about your fighting later.
Fluttershy, the fire's over there. I'm on it. Mr. Pigeon, go. Ooh, who knew that a flock of pigeons could carry so much water?
Fluttershy, Pinkie Pie!
Sunset!
1, 2,
We've got
3.
a problem!
Celestia's
gone mad with power!
Wait, what?
Wait, what? It's the worst possible thing, and I mean the real worst possible thing, not a Rarity worst possible thing. Princess Celestia canceled graduation forever! I'm so sorry. It's my fault. She found out me and Diamond Tiara were fighting.
Don't blame yourself, Apple Bloom. I think there's a lot more than that going on here. Pinky, where's Celestia?
I don't know. We've all been busy dealing with the riots.
I saw her in her office. I can show you there. I can show you where. I can show you anywhere.
All right, Apple Bloom, take me there. Pinkie Pie, Fluttershy, get back to the crowd control.
But what if you need help?
Don't worry about me. We need everyone we can get to protect the school.
But Sunset!
No buts. She wouldn't be a problem if it wasn't for me, so it's up to me to fix it.
Butts!
A few minutes later.
All right, we're in. Good job sneaking us past those angry students, Apple Bloom. So, how do you know which ventilation ducts get me to the principal's office?
Would you believe me if I told you Daring Do movies?
I'm pretty sure Daring Do never tried to infiltrate a... Look out!
Face your doom, student rebel!
Ah! Administrator Mayor!
And now they fight. Fight, Walla.
Got you.
Sunset!
Your turn, little girl.
Why, you...
Whoa, you knocked her out cold.
Daring Do movies.
Not with moves like that.
I've been sneaking out of house to take karate classes. Please don't tell Applejack. She'd flip out.
It's all right. Your secret's safe with me.
Fist bump?
Fist bump. Where's Principal Celestia?
In there.
Locked.
So hypothetically, if I open the lock with some hairpins...
I'm gonna stop you right there.
Coming, Miss Mayor.
Okay, yeah, that's much simpler.
How is the... Sunset. I'm sorry. I'm not quite ready for our trip. There's a few things to fix first.
That's why I'm here. Princess, you've got to let everyone graduate.
But there's a problem. The biggest problem there is. They don't teach friendship here.
I know, but this isn't the way to do it.
How can you say that, Sunset? Look at how much good Twilight Sparkle School is doing. Are we supposed to ignore its example and just leave this world to the mobs and the juvenile delinquents?
Hey, I'm not a juvenile.
Excuse me, is that all you humans... Excuse me, is that all humans are to you?
Look outside, Sunset, and tell me what you see.
Student mob, student mob, student mob.
I see good students upset at you not thinking about them.
I'm doing this for them because I'm not going to fail them like I failed with you.
Excuse me. Do us juveniles get any say, Princess? Because I'm pretty sure that if there's one friendship lesson I do know, it's that you're supposed to solve problems together. I learned that one from Sunset Shimmer. How she listened to us after she became a friend instead of ordering us around when she was a bully. So, which one are you here to be?
Well, we're here to be heroes.
Rainbow Dash.
All of us, darling. You didn't think your friends were going to abandon you, did you?
How did you get in here?
The door was open and Miss Mayor was knocked out.
Oh, right.
And now we can finally beat up the evil changeling taking over the school. Seriously, Rainbow Dash? You're starting to sound like Lyra. One more time. Sorry, hooves. I get mixed up all the time. Seriously, Rainbow Dash? You're starting to sound like Lyra and her Area 51 theories. And I'll race you to it. No. Hey, there's totally going to be a convention there next year.
Can we focus, please? Princess, none of us want to fight you, except maybe Rainbow Dash. But we use our magic to defend this world, so we will if we have to.
No, I'm afraid Apple Bloom was right. I've been setting a poor example. Sharing wisdom with future generations is one of my greatest joys. And I may have gotten a little carried away.
You think?
I just don't want everything to end this soon. Is that so wrong?
Well, duh! You can't make school last forever.
But there's still so much left for everybody to learn. At least another 10 seasons.
Aw, silly human-shaped horse, Princess. I didn't say we were gonna stop learning.
Without school, who'll be there to teach you?
Ooh, I got a super spectacular idea. Why don't I teach Sunset, and Sunset can teach me, and so on, into Friendfinity!
Is Friendfinity even a word?
It is now because I just used it. Ha! Checkmate. And also maybe bingo, possibly Yahtzee.
Pinkie?
I sunk your battleship!
I think that Pinkie Pie is saying, what Pinkie Pie is saying is that we've all learned so much in this school. There have been a lot of laughs, a few tears.
And, a lot of scary people terrorizing the city with equestrian magic. Those two.
I know. I was one once. The point is, we've discovered a lot over the past few years about life, about ourselves. The world outside these walls is full of opportunities to show off everything that we've learned here. But we can't do that unless you're willing to let us move on.
Why would you want to move on? This right here, it's the most special place there is.
Are we still talking about high school?
You're right. This place is invaluable. It has meant so much to me for so long. It changed my life. But what makes it special are the memories we shared and the friendships we built. And that's something that we can do again with old friends and new friends, no matter where we go next.
But what if there's nothing else for me out there? What if this was my last chance to make a difference?
I know it's scary moving on. There's nobody and no pony who can tell you what tomorrow will bring. But we're figuring it out where to go next. But while we're figuring out where to go next, we'll always have the memories of the special times we had together.
And we'll have each other.
1, 2, 3.
Yeah.
Yep.
Friendship is magic, Princess Celestia. It's the truest form of magic there is. And it's time for all of us to share that magic with the world. Together.
Oh, sunset. You're right. And I think I've got something very important to do. Attention, students of Canterlot High. I just spoke with some very special students who helped me remember the most important friendship lesson of all. Their school must be special indeed if it has taught them so much. Therefore, I, Princess Celestia,
Principal!
Principal Celestia, thank you, hereby declare that Canterlot High has passed its friendship studies.
Graduation is back on!
1, 2, 3. Woo! Yeah!
A few hours later, inside the gymnasium at Canterlot's Pinkie Pie.
Stop narrating while there's partying to be done!
Okay.
Graduation party!
Wow, I've never seen the gym this packed.
It's smaller than it used to be.
Well, darling, that's what happens when one uses their superpower to rebuild it out of a magical crystal.
It really does look lovely, but the extra light does raise the temperature. Don't you think, Rainbow Dash?
Yeah, it is a bit hot. It needs to be less hot. In fact, I'd say it needs to be about 20.
Don't say it!
Oh, come on, it's graduation. It's my very last chance.
Ooh, if it's that special, then you should share it with everyone.
All right. All together now, everybody out there, I'm looking at you. What does it need to be? It needs to be about
20% cooler.
Now that's what I'm talking about.
Diamond Tiara?
Apple bloom? What do you want?
I came over to apologize. I was doing some thinking about what the princess said.
Wait, you know a princess?
The one who assigned us friendship studies?
Oh, her.
Yeah. The thing is, though, I know how much your mom pushes you to get good grades for your college applications, and I was thinking, maybe if a bunch of us got together and really did start a friendship studies class that no other school in the world had, wouldn't colleges think that was awful cool?
Wait, you'd do that for me?
Well, if you're saying my schooling's bad, that ain't personal, right? It's something we can team up to fix.
I'm listening.
I don't think watching friendship solve what?
Nope. Do it. Own it.
Huh. Okay. I don't think watching friendship problems get solved is ever going to get old.
Nice. As some pony who is older than most. Okay, who wrote this?
We're done. It's canceled.
Okay, I'll fine. I'll do it.
Just read the line.
Fine. As some pony who is older than most, and some pony who does a lot more watching than most, I can absolutely confirm that. What you said.
Princess.
I hope you don't mind me sticking around after all the trouble I caused. I didn't want to leave without saying goodbye.
Of course not. You know, I wonder sometimes what my life would have been like if I'd learned about friendship earlier, if I hadn't failed you.
You are no failure, my star pupil. You've brought the magic of friendship to a whole new world, and I couldn't imagine a better pony to spread it far and wide. I am so proud of you, Sunset.
Can't tell you how much that means.
Try.
Aww. That's so sweet.
Yep, reckon it is. But I got the funniest feeling that we're all forgetting something.
Princess Celestia! Sunset Shimmer! Oh, thank goodness I found you.
Oh, right.
Is something wrong in Equestria, Spike?
The principal is refusing to set the sun until she can beat up all of Equestria's evil with it.
Spike.
What?
Spike, didn't you say you were going to get Princess Luna?
I did. She said, "'Tis about time." And she joined in!
Oh, and what did she do? She joined in? Oh, dear. I knew it was going to be one of those days.
Well, girls, I, for one, am going to go through the portal and save the world I grew up in. Are you with me?
Heck yeah! I'm not gonna stop being a superhero just because high school is ending.
A chance to do both good and shop in other world's fashion boutiques. I suppose it could be talked into it.
Ooh, if I go, will I get to use the party cannon? Will I?
Against my better judgment, yes.
I'm in. Some pony's got to keep Dash from flying off into trouble.
We really all should go if it's our own principal causing all the trouble.
Is there anything I can do to help?
Of course.
Yes.
There are some things graduation changes, Princess. We're not students anymore, and you're not a teacher anymore. But all that means is that we get to solve this as friends.
Now that's a change I can get used to.
The end.
A really big round of applause for Horizon, who wrote this script. We couldn't have done it without those words. Wonderful job.
Here he is now.
Where is he? Great job, buddy.
And we did it in 49 minutes! Woo! Act fast.
Well, thanks, every pony. Some of us are going to go to autographs. Other of us will be around. We'd love to see you. But from the bottom of our hearts, thank you very, very much for all your support over all of these years. It's truly bittersweet, and we love you tons. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Tomorrow spring is here. took me out of my house, now I have a new home. I got my pills like a good girl, and I got a new bone. I wiggle around my fake tail despite how they treat me. They make me feel so alone even when they're here. So many orders to tell me I don't know what to do. I wanna run on all fours just like anyone around me. So I run after my friends, but my friends wanna catch me. I'm not like anyone else, 'cause they just wanna hurt me. Stop being tied to me, but that's alright, 'cause I know who I am, but still no one believes me. Now I see everyone else from a small window. They all seem so normal, it feels really shallow. So I wondered why everyone were against me. I thought that it's normal to be who I want to be, and they all got me crazy, but I just wish to be free. I wanna run on all fours just like anyone around me. So I ran after my friends, but my friends wanna catch me. I'm not like you try with the hop, skip, and jump. It's not very far, just move your little rump. You can make it if you try with the hop, skip, and jump. It's not very far, just move your little rump. You can make it if you try with the hop, skip, and jump.
excited to be here? Yeah. Well, I'm Blank Canvas, and I'm here to bring out our amazing comic artists. Will you come on stage, artists? Woo! Can we get a round of applause? All right. Woohoo!
Don't humor him. He's a pain enough.
We'll share a mic. Is this my mic?
Yeah, it's big enough
It's
for
our
us
mic.
earlier.
It's our mic. We share. Yeah. I got a milk sharing.
Yeah.
All right, we're going to go down the line, and we'll have everyone introduce themselves and say what they do.
Oh, shoot, I'm first, aren't I?
Boop,
Oh, man.
yup.
Hi. I'm Sarah Richard. I do a lot of the covers for My Little Pony. Yeah, cover artist.
That's it?
Sure. I like long walks on the beach. Usually around 6:30 is when the magic hour is, and that's where all my ideas come from. So.
She likes Mai Tais.
Mai Tais. Actually, gin. Yep.
Apparently, I'm Tony Fleece, and this is Andy Price.
They're cosplaying each other. Isn't it great?
No, I'm Andy Price. Everybody's been calling us by the other names.
Yeah.
I do too.
I don't
so
know
it's
why.
fine.
Yeah.
We
Beards.
look way different.
I mean, look at me.
Look at
I'm
the
a
beards.
pretty man.
Yeah. And I am a horrifying
Objectionable.
monster.
No, I am Andy Price, and I've been working with the ponies for 7 years now. I just hit my 7th anniversary. So, good Lord.
You're this many.
Yeah, since issue 1. But that's me.
Yeah. My name's Tony Fleece. I draw the My Little Pony comics also for 7 years. Also from issue 1, but just on the covers at that point. It's less impressive. You understand. Right now I'm drawing a book called Feats of Friendship, which is about the Student 6, or the New 6. I like Student 6 because it's alliterative. But yeah, that's what I do. I've drawn many comics, and I will continue to draw comics. This is Trish.
Oh no. Oh no.
Okay.
Hey.
Hi, I'm Trish. New here. I've been doing covers for a little while. I always forget to turn them on.
Ooh, dual audio.
Yeah.
In stereo.
I'm in stereo. Now in stereo. I've been doing covers for a little while. I really, really love My Little Pony, and I owe my start to Sarah.
Oh shucks, you were gonna get it anyway. It's fine.
Big round of applause for Trish. She's new.
Yay, Trish! Woo! She's better than all of us anyway, so we're just trying to keep up.
She's certainly more moral.
Yeah.
Yes.
You know.
She's the best of us. We're all terrible people.
I've not yet been corrupted.
Not yet.
Give it time. Give it time.
Hang out with us some more.
The combination
Sorry in
of
advance.
ponies and cartooning will get to you.
You want to talk about stuff?
Let's talk
Yeah.
about stuff.
Let's do it.
Talk about it.
So let's first start off with everyone go and talk a bit about your creative process for doing what you do.
Yeah. So with mine, just because I work on more covers than anything, I kind of wait to hear from the editor about what the story is going to be about. And from there, usually I do some quick thumbnails, do about 4, unless I have a really good idea, and I try to sell them on 2 or 1. And then from there, I do everything. Okay, I should preface. I used to do everything traditionally. I have started using digital, but I've been corrupted.
Traitor.
I know. I didn't want to, but it makes deadlines so much easier. Usually I do acrylic paint on illustration board. I've since started using Procreate on the iPad, which is a super fantastic program. Yeah, right? Changed my life. So yeah, from there, I'm really inspired by Art Deco and Art Nouveau, so that's kind of where all like the swirls on my work come from. What? But yeah, so I hand those in. That's about it, I guess, for process.
You're going to draw now too?
Well, I am almost entirely traditional. I'm probably like 98% traditional. I will occasionally color digitally, but that's about it. And I always think, oh, I'll color digitally, it'll make it faster. And I swear to God, it takes me twice as long to color digitally.
That's because you have like unlimited options.
I have unlimited options, and I just can hit the back button as many times as I want, and it's unlike traditional art where you hit the paper and you're committed. But that's me. That's me. I also like walks on the beach. The best time for me to do work is late at night.
Yeah.
Especially like once I crest midnight, I am at 90 miles an hour.
Yeah.
I can do the best work, and I can do certainly the best inking. You will always do your best inking at night. Your hands are steadier. The cats are asleep. The wife is not yelling at me that the laundry's not done.
Do you listen to anything? Watch anything while you're working?
I watch the same damn things over and over and over and over. I don't know
Hold
how
on.
many times.
Let's see if can you guys tell us what Andy watches?
Yeah, because
while he
we've
draws.
had this question.
What's the other one? It's in the Korean War. That's
MASH.
right.
I don't know how many times I've watched these series over and over and over
And
again.
that's how you draw for My Little Pony
Yes.
comics. You can do it too.
And I'll tell you, the Dick Van Dyke Show is very conducive to drawing ponies. I don't know why. I guess the comedy of it. But I've almost always got TV going, or occasionally a podcast. But even that, if it's something too in-depth, I find myself staring at the speaker rather than drawing.
That's how you do like to a old-timey speaker? Radio.
Like old-timey radio, because I was born in 1837. You know.
His whole family sit around the podcast and stare at it.
What does Eisenhower have to say today?
Yes.
The fireside chat.
Attention, Ponyville and all the ships at sea.
Yeah, podcaster, my jam ski.
Yeah.
They're pretty great. Yeah.
But if I'm going to listen to a podcast, it's got to be something horrific. It's got to be multi-murders and...
Oh, yeah.
you
All the
know.
best pony covers are done to true crime podcasts.
Yeah,
Jeffrey Dahmer, Twilight Sparkle. It goes hand in hand. It's great.
Yeah, Forensic Files is also very conducive to drawing ponies.
We're
and that's,
sick people.
At convention, once I get settled into the hotel room, the first thing is, all right, which channel has either the Golden Girls Marathon or the Forensic Files
Where's
Marathon?
the murder?
And then we're set, you know. What about you?
Yeah, Tony. What you
Yeah, yes to murder, no to Magnum PI. Sorry.
What?
So my creative process is I do like a combination of digital and traditional. I do my layouts and thumbnails. They call them thumbnails because you're supposed to draw them about the size of a thumbnail, but mine are a little bigger. I do all those digitally, and then I get them approved through IDW and Hasbro, the publisher and the licenser. And then I'll usually draw my pages traditionally on paper, just because it does make you stop working, and like once you put it down in ink, you're like, okay, we're done here, we can move on. There's no undo unless you use whiteout, which I do sometimes too. But yeah, so I do pretty much both. Then I scan it back in, I color digitally again. I work at nighttime. I write and draw comics, but mostly I draw, so I'll be listening to or watching stuff, or sometimes I'll just sit there and think about what the next thing I'm writing is while I'm drawing. It's sort of like you're always working on two different things at the same time. Like you're focused on this thing, but your mind's able to, like once you get to inking, you can just sort of let go and just do your thing. And that's sort of the best time to get creative and think about other stuff, because it's just
Yeah, it really is.
mindless.
Autopilot.
Yeah.
Autopilot, like you're just in your zone, and you can sort of get real zen and think about stuff. So
Once
a
you
good or
get
a
the
bad
pencils
thing.
down, the work is done.
Yeah.
Everything else is just...
You should tell that to an inker.
Yeah. You're just embellishing
I
and
wanna
adding a
watch
couple
that
of textures,
conversation.
but yeah, your brain can kind of
I think
go
with the
free.
inker, what you replace the free, like mindless part of it when you're an inker is the anxiety that you're going to mess it
that's
up for
true.
somebody.
Yeah.
When it's my own thing, I'm not worried about messing it up for me.
That's true, yeah.
Because you're the one who's got to clean it up.
Yeah.
You're your
I'm not going
own
to be
fault.
any more disappointed in myself than I already am.
That's true.
Trish?
And we're very disappointed in Tony.
Well, I also draw at night, and I don't do the true crime thing. I listen to background music from automotive car shows, things that my husband watches.
Like the British ones?
Do you listen to Car
Yeah.
Talk?
Oh.
Or what's that NPR? Like, what was Car Talk on NPR like forever ago? You might like that.
He's listening to the British guys talk
Yeah.
about cars.
Yeah.
They go, this is what I used to have a buddy that worked in the studio with me, and he watched that same thing. This is what it sounds like every time. This car drives very fast. And then they drive it around the thing, and then they go, I can't believe how fast that car drove.
So I use Photoshop for inks and colors, Mischief for sketching because I can do it on an infinite canvas and it's fantastic.
It's called Mischief?
Mischief. It's fantastic. It's got nice brushes for sketching and it imports directly to Photoshop. So it's awesome. And real media I do, not as much as I used to. I feel like a noob.
You're not.
But you doodle a lot.
I do.
You doodle probably more than any of us because you still work a day job. So
Yeah.
like a lot of the stuff I see from you will just be on like line paper
like a
or
3x3
napkins.
card.
Yeah.
Yeah. I do a lot of that. Pen doodles on 3x3 Post-it notes. Until I get a stack like that at work and they ask me what I'm doing with all my time.
Never you mind.
Yeah, so how many of you out there draw? Even just like when you're on the phone or whatever. All right. How many of you draw when you're supposed to be doing something else? You're going to do just fine. Just fine.
Or when you're at school, if you doodle in the columns.
Yes.
Yeah, right? And the teacher doesn't believe you, that's how you listen better?
Yeah. I had one teacher that knew if he's drawing, something's getting through. He's not drawing. Why aren't you drawing? Why aren't you listening to me?
Didn't absorb a thing when I was paying attention. It was when I was doodling, I'd be. Yeah,
tell
you
you,
can tell him Comic Pro said that's how you do it. That's how you.
Another music that is great to draw to is the soundtrack for Skyrim.
Ooh. Or Iron Man 1. That stuff makes you draw real fast.
Yes, it does.
Yeah.
I can attest to that.
Yeah. It's real good.
All right. So going off of that, what were some of your inspirations growing up when you first started drawing?
Oh, man. I loved Lisa Frank. So that's probably for all the colors and stuff. I was super into anime for a really long time, which is honestly kind of detrimental for an art style. So if you draw a lot of anime, I don't want to say stop, but I want to say stop. It's hard to come out of that and to kind of create your own style after that. And if you're trying to get into art school, it makes it really hard to put a good portfolio together. So always, I know it sounds stupid and boring and teachery, but like do some life drawing and show that you can do that. Anyway, but other than that, yeah, lots of Lisa Frank. I loved the ocean, so I drew a lot of like whales and stuff because I wanted to be an orca trainer for the longest time.
I used to draw fish a lot.
Yeah, they're
but
fun.
They weren't real fish. They were just like nonsense fish.
Yeah. I like nonsense fish.
Yeah.
They're the best.
With tartar sauce.
With
Yeah.
tartar,
Delicious.
nonsense tartar sauce. Other than that, just kind of whatever movies I was listening to or watching, music I was listening to, kind of inspired me to create my own characters and any fan fiction that I did, which was mostly X-Men Evolution and Sayuki. I would draw those characters.
Have you
those
met
still
that guy?
exist. What's that?
Have you met that
Sarah.
X-Men Evolution guy at conventions?
No.
Steve Gordon?
No.
I'll introduce you. He designed all those characters. He
Oh my
designed
God.
Rogue and stuff.
I just want to meet the guy who played Nightcrawler because I had a huge girly crush on him. But I will say my stuff is still on fanfiction.net. I'm not going to tell you.
Everybody come to my room tonight. We'll have a dramatic reading.
That's the highest Patreon tier on my Patreon is to find out my fanfiction.net name. One person knows. It was given away at an auction at BabsCon. And he's taking it to his grave too, apparently. So, anyway.
Inspirations. Well, it probably started with this 1960s Vincent DeFate Spider-Man cartoon. And quickly went to the Batman 66 show, and that introduced me to comics and comic books. But Charles Schultz, Neil Adams, Jim Aparo, Don Newton, all the old comic and comic strip people. Because again, I was born during the Revolution.
So you had to be born 1969, right?
1969.
So the Spider-Man cartoon would have been in reruns at least.
Yes.
Okay.
But they used to show them to us in school if we were good. If we like did our nap time and all of that, and nobody beat each other up at recess, we got to watch Spider-Man cartoons. And they brought them in on a projector and showed them in the room. But a lot of the inspiration that I took for ponies, when we first got the book, I tweeted out a picture of like the artist I was using for inspiration. People were like, this book is gonna suck. Because I was showing anything but what people were expecting. Because people I was looking at were like Bernie Wrightson, who is a horror artist. But he's an amazing, amazing master of ink. And that's what I was looking at. And people like Alex Toth and Steve Rude for composition and for background information and details. And one of the things that Sarah said that I will say is, if you draw a lot of anime and you want to draw something else. If you want to draw ponies, draw something else. And that's not to mean that you can't draw those. Don't just draw those. Draw more.
Yeah, think of it as like fishing. The more that you put out there into the lake, the more you're going to get back. So if you just have that
Right.
one line out, you're just going to maybe catch something. It's the same with jobs. So you want to be multifaceted for sure.
Also, after a while, we'll just get bored.
Yeah. And, every once in a while we'll have people come up to us that ask, can you look at my portfolio or look at my art, which we are more than happy to do. And it's the same drawing of the same OC in the same pose on every page. And it's like, well, what do you want me to... Do you draw anything else? Well, I really like this character, but can you draw this character in an environment? Can you draw this character running? Can you draw the character scared? Can you draw the character in a 72 Oldsmobile crashing through a skyscraper because he just hit that sinkhole outside? Because at some point, if you want to get into illustration, you're going to get a job that requires you to draw things you've never drawn or don't want to draw. But the more you draw, the more you learn. The more you learn, the more you file it away. Like, I hate drawing cars, but I had to draw a car for that job, and it's in this script, so I can draw a car. So just draw everything. Draw everything you see.
Yeah. My inspirations are, we've done these panels so many times. I feel like I've said it 100 times. I'm 40 years old this year. That means in 1992, I was 13 years old. So that means like I love Image Comics. I love Jim Lee and Rob Liefeld and Mark Silvestri and Todd McFarlane. So like all those guys, that was sort of very formative for me. But also at the same time was like the golden age of modern Disney animation and like Don Bluth animation. And so so it's sort of like the same, it's sort of like one half of me is like this savage, muscular, overly sexualized.
Which half of you is that?
The bottom half. And then the other
he means
half
from the knees down.
And then the other half is, just like the greatest, sort of like the peak of 2D animation and character design and stuff. So there's that. But then also it's like everybody that I like, I sort of fall down a rabbit hole of like who influenced them. So, you're reading somebody's work and you're just like, well, who did these people like? And then all of a sudden you're reading the comics that came out when they were 12 years old. And then you're reading those guys' comics that came out when they were 12 years old. Then you're looking at illustrators. Then you're looking at painters, So my art bookshelf is very deep and very eclectic because I tend to fall down rabbit holes and just sort of like try to soak up as much as possible. So, which at the end of the day, it sort of all comes through this prism and just comes out as this regular cartoony ass style. And I don't know, I don't know if it ever, if you could tell, if you look at it, you're just like, well, this guy clearly has varied interests. Because to me, it just looks like what cartoons look like. So I don't know. Hopefully it comes through. I feel like sometimes in my design and coloring, you go like, oh, this guy's up to some different type of stuff. So hopefully that comes through.
Well,
Trish,
he stole half of my answer.
the bottom half.
From the knees down. I'm inspired by traditional animation. The Lion King in 1994 changed my entire life, my entire process. Everything from that point forward was completely different. I was a sophomore in high school, picking up pencils and drawing on everything, and I wasn't really into comics so much. It was more the Sunday funnies, the comics page, Garfield, Family Circus, all that.
Do you like Marvin?
Yes.
I like Marvin.
I like a lot of that because you could tell a story in 3 panels and or get a gag out in 3 panels, and it was just brilliant to me. My silly brain could never grasp that enough to make my own until high school. For some reason, I had like a trove of doodles. But yeah, traditional animation. I learned from that to explore drawing other things, environments, different character designs, reference things from real life, draw all the time, never stop. That's art everywhere. So I carried that with me my whole life. Inspiration.
All right, great answers.
We passed.
So how much discussion is there between you guys and the writers when you're doing a cover or a comic?
Yeah. Mostly I just get like a little blurb, like I said, kind of just what the issue is going to be about. There's been a few times, though, it's for a character that doesn't have a design yet. So I'll like...
Sorry.
Yeah. Looking at this one. So I'll just like text these guys and make them draw me something real quick. As best I can. No, they're pretty cool about like whipping something up, so I know what to kind of base the drawing on. Or I just try to make it as vague as possible. Sometimes I fall into a trap of giving away the ending in a cover, apparently. Equestria Daily has called me out on that a few times. So, but yeah, that's kind of the challenge too, is keeping it vague but relatable to the story. Or not. Sometimes if you just have a really cool illustration, that's pretty awesome too. Something eye-catching, compositionally very good. But yeah, I don't have as much work as these guys do, really.
Yeah.
So.
Usually, the majority of the stories that I've worked on have been with Katie Cook, and Katie and I have known each other for years. So I can, even before Pony, so I can text her and like, what are you thinking with this page? Whatever. But yeah, we get a lot of back and forth, especially if the writer writes something that they are having trouble visualizing. One of the reasons I like working with Katie is she is an artist herself, so she writes the script as an artist would. A lot of writers will say, here's this shed with these supplies by the docks.
Yeah. Yeah, you want a writer that is either, you're happy to have any writer. They're the best, of course. But you like a writer that's been an artist themselves or that is just very guilty about making you do all this work, and so that they think about it a lot. Because a lot of times, if they're just sort of going about their day and just knocking scripts out, they'll do stuff like, in this scene, Rainbow Dash opens the door and walks through it. And you're just like, well, did she open the door or did she walk through it? Because I'm only drawing her one time. She's not moving. So sometimes you will talk to the writers if it's about like clearing stuff up. What would you rather have in this? I can only do one of these things. You send emails like that, or just like, hey, can you clarify this? But there have been issues where like I haven't talked to the people at all. Like sometimes the script just comes in and it's good, and I just go like, okay, I can do this. And but then there's times where you have to reach out and say like, oh, I need more clarification, or can you tell me what you're thinking about here, or you just want to put the script. You want to take the script and deliver it in as faithful a fashion as possible. So you want to make sure you know what they're talking about. Or if they're terrible, you want to be able to make it better for them. But that hasn't happened yet, so that's a hypothetical.
I don't get much guidance. I just get asked to draw ponies, and that's what I do.
That is a major part of the job, is they just say, like, can you give us something with ponies on it?
Oh, yeah.
Could it be cute?
Yeah. Can you draw cute? Can you draw horse? Draw cute horse.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Dun, 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 dun.
A lot of times it's that simple.
Yeah, there are times depending upon how the schedule works that we will get a script and they're like, okay, we need you to start working on the script. However, Hasbro hasn't approved it yet, but we're behind schedule. You got to start drawing. And so while we can communicate with the writer there, we have that extra added step. Doing a licensed product like ponies, the licensor has to see every stage. So the licensor wants to see the concept, they want to see the script, they want to see the pencils, they want to see the colors. And at any point they can go, well, that's wrong. And you might be 3 stages beyond that and have to back up. So that is where our biggest communication hitch is with the licensor. But there have been times, like Sarah said, she'll get a cover. We want you to do this cover. Well, what is the character design like? Well, we don't know yet because Hasbro hasn't approved the design.
Yeah.
So you can't draw it.
Yeah,
But I have to draw it.
Yeah, the most recent one was with Cosmos. So the Cosmos arc, they're just like, here's this new big bad that we're doing, that Andy's doing. And it's like, all right, what'd she look like? And so that's why, like, I have an image. The first issue's cover is everybody keeps saying Wendigo, which is really cool. So it is kind of a big Miyazaki Wendigo, like, elemental space monster coming down, which doesn't look like her at all now, but it was so vague, and Andy was working on it already. You didn't know at the time really either.
I had sent in designs, but they weren't approved yet, so it was like, I can't tell you.
Did they make you change anything?
No,
Cosmo?
that first one still went through. I know they made you change, like, the way Cosmos looked.
Yeah, we had to change the final Cosmos, because Cosmos evolved in the story from what she originally looked like. But even the original drawings that you had to use, I had her designed, and I was like, I think this is what I want, but we hadn't heard from Hasbro.
So Hasbro made you change from the original concept?
So, at the end, Cosmos starts with one look, but by the end, when she takes over the various ponies that are helping to find the pieces of her.
Vague book is vague.
Yeah, vague book is vague. Cosmos uses a number of ponies to find pieces of her past self. She's kind of like this essence. She can't do anything yet until her body is put back together from these bits of stars. She was turned into a constellation thousands of years ago because everything in Ponyville was thousands of years ago.
1,000.
1,000 years ago. This one's actually farther back.
Oh.
This is before Luna left for the moon and all of that. But Cosmos is Discord's ex-girlfriend because everybody's got a psycho in their past. If you don't have a psycho in your past, you're the psycho.
This is a public service announcement.
Yes,
from Andy
and now
Brooks.
you know. But at the end of the story, when she finally gets all the pieces of her together, she's using Twilight and Cadence and Luna and Zecora, Big Mac, Celestia, yeah. And once all the pieces get together, she takes those ponies and turns into like this super Voltron Cosmos, and she's got pieces of the other ponies. And originally, she was pretty horrific looking. She was very gaunt. It was like her body got stretched out with all this power. And as soon as I turned it in, my editor was like, oh, no. I'm not even going to send this
It's like
to
levels
Hasbro.
of Temple of Doom.
Yeah. And he was like,
Melty face.
I'm going to send it in, but I'm going to tell you right now, they're going to say no. So.
Hasbro needs a good laugh today. So.
Yeah.
This is a big difference between you and I, is you're always trying to touch the electric fence. Like, I one time had something get turned back, and I was just like, you know what I'm going to do? Just draw them cute from now on.
Yeah.
I'm just going to draw them cute. I don't want to have to redraw things, but I feel like you are always just going like, what if it was nightmarish? What if it was just horrifying?
Now it
People needed therapy.
Do you get bored? Is that what it is?
I do get bored, and I watch a lot of horror movies.
Yeah.
I
mean, me too.
How many of you remember the story with Sombra's origin where you meet the Umbrum? Anybody? Okay.
Oh, yeah.
The crystal
I
something?
based the Umbrum off of the little homunculus in Don't Be Afraid of the Dark. And they're these weird, stretched out, tiny gnome elf things that eat people's teeth.
Yep.
Like you know.
Like you do?
Like you do.
But when I did the Umbrum, I wanted them to look completely different from everything else I do. So I got this long ink brush and I held it like this and I inked standing up. So they were really weird looking. And the next morning I came down to the studio and I was like, what were you thinking? I wasn't even drunk.
Bad brain, bad.
Yeah, I wasn't. And I turned it to my editor. He's like, okay. And Hasbro was like, we never know. We never know. You know.
Yeah.
You know what they? I know on the comics, this may explain a lot to you guys, because I did a children's book last year, and I kept getting notes back. Like at every stage, I would get notes. They're like, just move this line, one direction. Is that me?
Everybody reaches them from the front.
Very specific notes, like this eyeball is slightly wrong, and just like these little tiny tweaks that we never get on the comics. Thank you, my hotel key. And I ran into the Hasbro guys at Comic-Con and was like, hey, am I getting worse? Like, why am I getting all these notes? And they were like, oh, on children's books we have a lot more notes because there's so much more time. On comics we're just moving so fast that we let you guys get away with all kinds of stuff. So we've just been we've been getting a real easy ride for years.
It does explain a lot.
Yeah.
There was a period of time where like I got like a bunch of notes on like move this line this way, curve it a little bit because it looks like a hoof. It's like that's a cherry stem though. Like what are you talking about? Yeah.
That's when somebody new gets hired or promoted, and they really
Crack
want to
down.
they want to show off for a little while.
Yeah, I can tell when it's somebody new at Hasbro approving our stuff. Well, this needs to be moved a millimeter to the left. I'm like,
Yeah.
all right, somebody new.
And it's like they break their rules all the time too. Like I think I put dinosaurs in this little like Zakora like one shot I did at the end of 25, I think. And then after I'm like, what about dinosaurs? And they're like, dinosaurs don't exist. And I'm like, I beg to differ.
They're creationists.
But then they're like, no, they don't exist now. And they don't exist now. So I guess they're right.
Yeah. So.
Yeah.
So
these answers are very long.
Yeah.
Yes.
I like it.
We like talking.
We've had no sleep.
No,
We're very sorry.
I did, but.
So is there anything or anyone that you like drawing the most? And is there anything that really frustrates you?
So I say this every time, first off, but Rarity's hair is the bane of my existence.
You still don't understand it?
I can't.
It's just a ribbon.
I can't do it.
It's just
can't
a ribbon.
Do it. I
Get
can't
your
do
life
math,
together.
and I can't do Rarity's hair. There's two very specific things.
And my favorite thing
try.
to draw is Rarity's hair. It's super easy.
Oh my God. Teach me. Discord's always hard for me too because I always forget what sides things are on. So that's another one. But my favorite to draw, Rainbow Dash is my favorite. So she's always my favorite to draw. She's just a pain to paint because it's all my paints out for every color of her dang hair.
She's a terrible character.
She's not. She's the coolest.
Horrible.
And she's my girl. So she's fun to paint. Pinkie Pie is always super fun to paint because she's like the standard for comics. Like you just can do anything with her, squash, stretch, make her be in any environment and it's fine. And then Pip. Love Pip.
Pip?
Pip's awesome. No, there's no Pintos.
You're really carrying the torch for Pip.
Pip, man. Yeah. I got one. It's fine. That's all I need.
My favorites to draw are Celestia and Luna, which is funny because when we first started the book, I hated to draw Celestia and Luna because when you're doing the main six, they're all cookie cutter. It's the exact same body, so you can do their forms exactly the same. You just change out the eyes and the hair. You might add a wing if you remember that they have wings. Things like that. Yeah, in the early issues, you will see a lot of ponies with missing parts where we would forget who had what.
The first time I ever drew Princess Celestia was on the page, like for a job, and it is a real bad drawing. Like, it's very, very bad.
Because Celestia and Luna are completely unique body shapes, unique eye shapes. Everything about them, you stopped that cookie cutter production line and had to actually draw.
Yeah, and like their profiles too. And like Cadence has like a different kind of nose too.
But now I think it's because of that I actually like to draw them because they're
they break that.
Yeah, you break the mold. They're taller, so they're a little bit more sweepy. They're not quite as
It's easier to
pot-bellied.
make them look pretty.
It is. That was something I was told at one point is I was not making ponies fat enough. They said the ponies have to be, the ponies are fat.
PH.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, those two, specifically Celestia and Luna, are my favorite to draw. And one of the things I did first off is I was like, I'm not drawing a diaphanous fog mane, not because I didn't like it, but because I'm not going to draw the background through their hair, through the mane all the time. So I actually give them manes, but I draw their manes in a very specific manner, different from everybody else. These very eclectic, weird looks, just to make them more unique from everybody.
Yeah. Like Filipino artist style hair.
It's from an artist named Esteban Morato.
See, I know.
Yep.
I told you, I'm well studied.
Yep.
Yeah, I guess I like to draw the princesses too. I like to draw Fluttershy pretty well. I have trouble with their eyes. I always say that, but I've got it figured out. I'm a professional. I just work at it and I get it eventually. Yeah.
I like drawing the main 6, all of them together. Because
Always all 6 of them.
all 6 of them together.
Just one
Almost
Cronenberg monster of pony.
Exactly.
Cosmos.
Together as one giant monster. A la Andy.
Like a Voltron.
Like a Voltron.
Friendship is
No,
Voltron.
because they all are so different, and I love drawing expressions so much. It's a no-brainer for me. I can just draw them all, and it's fun. Although I do need references most times for Rarity's hair, even though I can draw better than Sarah.
Rarity's hair? It's
just
just
a
a
as good as you.
So easy. You think it's a gender thing? Girls can't draw Rarity's hair? That doesn't make sense.
Just
Somebody write a thesis.
ribbon.
We just got a tutorial here.
Yeah. Let me
It's
mansplain
Why don't
to
you
you
show the
guys.
class, Andy? Or Tony,
Excuse
whoever
me.
you are.
I think I
What it
understand how.
actually
This is why people get you confused. You're
like
basically the same person, split in half. I knew it.
Help us out here.
So, are there any cameos or Easter eggs you like to slip into your work? And are there any that haven't been discovered yet?
Oh, man.
How long have we got?
Oh, geez. Yeah, you got to give a whole other section or panel for Andy. But yeah, I don't get to do as many because I just kind of have that one shot with the cover. But I'm a huge fan of the Mighty Boosh. So, like, there's a cover that has the moon up in the corner. It's the one with Pinkie Pie, like, being carried by a weird squid monster. So there's that. I've done, one of the first covers I did was a Karate Kid thing with Pinkie Pie on, like, a pole. Probably the one that I was really excited about. I got it, but it's like when you can read your own handwriting. I did a Stand By Me one, but it was Snips and Snails running away from a bear, and I was just thinking of the train scene in Stand By Me, so not the body scene. But I was just like, you guys, I did this cover, see if you can guess it. Nobody.
Stand by me,
that would
heads
be
are all over it.
that'd be a great episode for the Cutie Mark Crusaders.
That'd be great.
Want to
Find
see a
a-
body?
Find a dead body.
Uh-huh. We draw it too. I put skulls in a lot of my covers too that I sneak in there.
Yeah.
So, you
I
know.
always thought Apple Bloom should have gotten a Cutie Mark in like mortuary sciences, you know.
That'd be awesome.
Easter eggs.
Chapter 1, the
yeah.
Andy Price story.
Easter eggs I've become very known for, and that was like Tony said, touching the electric fence. That was the very first time I pushed the envelope with Hasbro. Is in the very first issue I did a scene from the remake of Invasion of the Body Snatchers, the end where Donald Sutherland is screaming, "Oh!" And it was basically, the story was kind of an Invasion of the Body Snatchers type of story with the changelings. So I fit that in there, and as soon as I was drawing it, I mean, the whole time I'm drawing it, I didn't stop. The whole time I'm like, I am so fired. I am so fired. I am so fired. I'm so fired. Here it is. I am so fired. Next page.
Oh, I was just waiting, standing by.
Yep, he was ready. And Hasbro was like, you know, for as much as we complain about the things that they say no to, they give us a ton of leeway, especially artistically. They're very creative oriented. They're very interested in what we're doing. But as far as like ones that have not been spotted, there's more that have not been spotted than people have caught.
Hey.
All right, I want you to find the 30 Rock reference.
Oh, boy.
Because no one has ever found the 30 Rock reference.
Nerd.
The Blazing Saddles and the Star Trek, those are like the easy ones. But like the Sopranos references, the Magnum references, I've done references to, like the easy stuff is like the Universal Monsters. We did a Halloween issue with the school six, the student six. And the main six, I dressed all as the Universal Monsters. Pinky was the creature from Black Lagoon. Rarity was the Phantom of the Opera. Rainbow Dash was Frankenstein. Applejack was the Bride of Frankenstein because I just took her ponytail and stuck it straight up in the air.
I've done Twilight as the Bride of Frankenstein before.
Did you?
Yeah, I wonder if they will all eventually have played the Bride of Frankenstein.
Eventually, that'll be our goal. Twilight was the Hunchback of Notre Dame. Spike was the Mummy. And Fluttershy was the Wolfman. I was like, she's got to be the animal. But yeah, I've put in so many references that people haven't gotten.
I always put references back to other comics. For a long time, I was just putting these gremlins in every issue. I feel like it comes from insecurity because people go like, "Are these comics canon?" And I'm like, well, yeah, they're canon. Don't you see how there's a whole world when you see this one character in one issue, then he shows up 20 issues later? So I feel like I just do that. That just comes from pure boredom, where I'm just like, what if there was a whole world in these comics? And these ponies kept coming back. And this stupid pony from one issue just keeps popping up in the background of all these other comics.
I've done that too. I've done characters from past issues, just the design that we like, or something like that, and I'll put them in the background.
There's us. We're all like Agnes drew me once as a pony, and then your OC pops up.
Yeah, we're all ponies.
Yeah.
Myself and Katie's OC are now official. I mean, Hasbro owns everything that we do anyway, but Katie and I were on the show a couple times in the background. I got to yell at Spike, which was just great.
Real cathartic.
Yeah. Sorry, Kathy.
I haven't gotten a chance to sneak a reference in yet. I tried, but since I've only done covers, you can see like if I'm trying to do something because I'm very obvious. I think I'm being slick.
The only ones I can think of off the top of my head that Hasbro has said you can't do that is I have tried a Beatles reference twice, and that's too easy. Most of the stuff gets under their radar because they're probably like 12. I know our editor's like what, 17 now?
She is very early 20s. Yeah.
So these things just fly right past them. They have no idea because
Well,
I'm
Bob-
referencing 50-year-old shows.
Our first editor is in his 30s, and I very early on did a Frank Frazetta, just a straight ripoff of the Death Dealer. It's this very famous Frank Frazetta painting. You guys know, like, probably think of it as like what Skyrim looks like, but it's just this horse standing on this mound of, like, what we would assume is just like corpses and stuff. And I just put Rainbow Dash on there and gave her a shield, and I was like, here it is, get it? And he was like, yeah, this is fine. And then months later, I was like, I couldn't believe you let me do that Death Dealer. And he's like, what is the Death Dealer?
Oh, no. Oh, Bobby.
Yeah, I did.
Sweet summer child.
Yeah. But yeah, no Beatles references. The Celestia print that I have that says "Loved by the Sun" originally said "Here Comes the Sun." They're
Nope.
like, no Beatles, no Beatles. I was like, fine, I'll use Tangerine Dream because none of you know who that is. Of
course.
And it's still a song.
I believe they've fallen into the public domain.
Yeah. And I had Discord driving the Batmobile in an issue. And they're like, no, you can't do that. So I changed it to Christine because they don't know what that is.
Yeah. I did a Applejack as Hulk Hogan cover one time. And I wasn't paying attention to the news at the time, and it was right when Hulk Hogan had sued Gawker out of existence. And so Hasbro Legal was like, yeah, we're not going to mess with him at all. Because we like owning these properties. So.
There's one I just did. It's a Napoleon Dynamite kind of ripoff, and it's got all of us in it. But my favorite podcast is Last Podcast on the Left, and I have like the guys in there too. That's like my favorite one so far. But and then like my best friend and her bunny, who's basically Angel, so that was kind of fun too. That's my other favorite pony. I always forget. I had a cat like him. That's why he's in everything I do. It's out of fear in therapy.
So the classic question, how did you get into the comic industry?
Yeah. I guess
The real world won't have us.
Yeah. Society has disregarded us. So I was really lucky that I had a comic shop. I'm from New Hampshire, and Double Midnight Comics was doing the retail incentives right when the comics started. So I got to do the mini series where it was like Rainbow Dash, all the main sticks anyway. So they, for their store, wanted the retail incentive covers, and that still had to go through the editor. Which was Bobby, and that was how I kind of got in the door there. And then I just picked up a couple emergency projects, and they're like, we need this in 2 days. And you're like, yes, sir, and you just do it. And then you prove yourself to just be reliable. So as long as you can hit those deadlines, you become some of their favorite people. Outside of that, though, like going to conventions has really helped. If people meet you face to face, like that kind of sticks with them a little bit better. Than just seeing just a really awesome image online, because they're gonna, you want to prove that you're a cool person to work with too, just from self-promotion. Like being a freelance artist is not a 9-to-5 job, so you just have to keep showing up as much as possible. Instagram, Twitter, Tumblr, Facebook, all that stuff. So that's how I've stayed in it, I guess.
I started working in comics in the 90s. I went to the Kubert School of Cartoon and Graphic Arts, which is a school that is just oriented towards getting into illustration, comics, and animation.
The first comic book school, right?
It was. It was the
still
very
the
first
only
comic
one?
book.
Is there another
no,
one?
I mean, SCAD now does
There's comic book
illustration in
programs.
comics, yeah. But it really was the first of its kind. And it's in an abandoned high school. So that tells you something right there. It was really struggling from the beginning until they sold half the high school to make it into a Walgreens.
That's convenient.
Yeah, but now it is kind of one of the premier names in comic instruction. But I did that. I started working. My first comic job was doing the Quantum Leap comic book adapted from the television series and Dark Shadows. And let me tell you, Hasbro is not picky at all compared to Scott Bakula.
That's what they always say.
Yeah.
That's what my mama said.
I never need to meet that man. But I've been doing comics off and on since then, illustration since then. As far as the ponies, it was a magical thing. Katie watched the show one day and she got on Twitter and she went, "This show is cute. I think there should be a comic book." And IDW had just gotten the license, just gotten them. Said, "We think it is cute too. How would you like to write it?" And that's how Katie got into writing comics. And then she came to me at a comic convention and she saw me drawing a pony for someone who asked for a pony. I had just started watching the show like a month before. She was like, "Are you drawing ponies?" "Yeah." "You want to draw them for a living?" "Okay." And that's how you get into comics.
The secret answer. Twitter.
And on a side note, we found out years later that that's how our editor got it as well. They were in a group meeting, and they said, "Oh, by the way, we just got the license to do My Little Pony." And like a fool, he said, "Oh, that sounds like fun. Congratulations, it's yours."
Yeah, I had just been talking to the editor about working on different properties, like doing samples for him. And like Sarah said, he would email and say like, "Oh, could you send me something like this?" I sent him samples for Ninja Turtles. And he was like, "Could you send me this?" And I would just do it very fast. Because I know that that's a part of the deal. Like that's the main part of the deal is that they're working on a million different things and they just need to know that you can do stuff fast. So I would turn pages around very fast. And then when they were getting the pony license or talking to Hasbro about it, they were like, "Hey, can you send us a sample of what your ponies might look like?" And so I just drew very quickly what the ponies would look like and sent it back in like a day. And then when the book came along, they gave it to Andy, like they do. And then, but then they were like, well, we're going to do like a jillion covers for this. So how would you like to draw a jillion covers? And so I just started drawing pony covers pretty soon thereafter. And then, yeah, so it just came from working really fast. And that's what I'd still try to do. That's what I have to do when I go back to work on Monday. And that's what I'm going to do when I go back to the hotel tonight, is draw a bunch of ponies very fast. That's really what I do almost all the time, is I draw ponies very quickly.
Very fast.
But I try to do them well as well. But mostly fast.
Yeah.
It's like a Xerox. He just draws them line by line.
Yeah.
It's really weird to watch.
Well, I spoiled it earlier. Sarah actually, I think, referred me.
Well, she did an awesome like Gem and the Holograms kind of
parody
thing, and I showed it to Bobby, and I'm like, this girl is awesome. Give her work now, please.
And you know what's really funny is that I had sent stuff in, like, please let me draw things for you.
Yeah.
Here's things. Look at all the things I can draw. No answer ever.
Yeah.
It went into a void. And then you mentioned it, and that's how, well, Bobby told me you mentioned it, and I was like,
Bobby owes me some favors.
We do that
he
a lot
owes
of.
me something.
We do that.
Dirt on him.
Yeah, no, I don't.
We do that for a lot of people. I mean, not a lot, but we'll be at conventions like this, and I'll see somebody that'll really like impress me, and I'll just be like, well, I'll just send this stuff to the editors because it's great. But that's basically how I started talking to them too. Was that a friend of mine was like, oh, you should draw something with me, and so they just put me in touch with these people, and I started emailing back and forth with them.
Yep.
But also sometimes you'll talk to somebody and you'll just be like, well, they're great, but I don't think I don't think they're gonna fit into the framework of what this is. So sometimes you just go up and talk to somebody and meet them for a while. So not to put you under pressure if you're an artist, but if we come around and talk to you, try and be extra cool. Because we're probably only talking to you because we think your stuff is good. So
Just say, yes, I also watch Magnum PI.
That's right. Oh, my favorite Magnum PI is?
It's like, I recommended Sarah to our editor when he, you knew that.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, I recommended you, and they were like, oh, yeah, we just got her for a cover.
It's Nora Boros of awesome. Aw.
So, yeah.
Yeah, I recommended Jeremy Whitley, and then now he's written the most pony comics out of anybody.
Yeah,
Sorry.
and now he's writing for Marvel.
Yeah.
And
basically, it's
So
all
his turn
down to
now
me.
to-
Yeah.
Pay up.
He's left us behind. Bye, losers. I'm going to go make movies.
So for our final question, do you have any quick advice for any fledgling artists out there?
Yeah, mine's kind of lame, but really important. Nobody ever told me this when I was in art school. If you are an artist, please, please, please take care of your drawing arm. Otherwise, once you turn 30, you will get tendinitis, and it's real not fun. So if you find yourself drawing for hours on end, there's tons of YouTube videos to like how to stretch your arm, and I really wish somebody would have told me that. It's just not one of those things you really think of. All it is in comics or really anything is just get it done somehow as quick as you can. But yeah, if you're an artist, like that's my PSA. It's like just take care of yourself. Other than that, figure drawing is a must. Color theory is another really cool thing too.
Yeah.
That was something I wish I was told as well in art school, and it helps your portfolio so much if you know how to work with color. Just get like interior design books. Perfect Color Choices for the Artist by Wilcox. I know his last name's Wilcox. It's a big blue book. It's amazing. I've used that for so many projects. But yeah, that's mine really quick.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Colorlovers.com with a U. It's like a Canadian color site. Similarly, very good.
Yeah, I would also say if you are interested in getting into art, if you're going to art school or whatever, for the love of God, take a business class.
Yeah, I wish I did that too.
No kidding. If they have a business of art, something like that, you've got to have something to fall back on. We will tell you right now, comics are feast or famine. You are drowning in work for 3 months. You don't know how you're going to get it done, and then you've got like a 2-month spell where you're in the desert and nobody's talking to you. But even then, if comics went away tomorrow, you got to have something. You got to know something else to do. Yeah, color theory, anatomy books, things like that. It doesn't matter if you're drawing traditional or digital. Do the research because it's used in both mediums. It's used in both methods. Don't let Procreate, Photoshop, whatever, do the work for you because it shows in your final piece that you don't know what you're doing.
Yeah. Once you learn the rules, then you know how to break them. So
Yeah.
that's kind of with anime. Those guys, they can draw that way and make it and sell it the way they do is because they have mastered how to draw realism and they know what proportions to kind of tweak a little bit to really make it what
Yeah.
it is. So same with Procreate. Like learn some traditional media, learn color
And
theory, and it'll show in your digital as well.
Draw all the time and don't fret about what you're drawing. Don't get hung up on it. Set yourself a deadline. Doesn't matter if it's a professional job. If you're doing a job, say, I need to finish this job in 2 hours. At 2 hours, pencils down. If you don't like it, figure out what you don't like about it, draw it again. A deadline makes you finish. That way you're not sitting there needling over one thing for hours and hours and hours and hours, and that one thing isn't necessarily what matters. Just keep drawing. Draw all the time.
Yeah, I mean, that's the main advice is to draw all the time. But I always tell people, always, like I'm always just giving advice. But it's important to sort of train yourself to always be not just doing output, but doing input too. Like, not just looking at art, but looking at, like the way a shower curtain looks, or the way a fire hydrant looks, or the way a sunset looks. Or so like you're watching a TV show, look at how they use lighting, look at how they use staging, it's a very specific skill to be able to look at the world around you and sort of like the Matrix break down what's happening, like how I would recreate this. If I had to do a shorthand version of this, what are the most important parts that I could do, and then that would be enough to tell the story of what this was. So that's a skill that it's difficult to learn, but once you're focused on doing that, just being able to understand what you're looking at and always be sort of taking it apart and figuring out how you put it back together. That's not an easy tip, but it's something that if you're thinking about being an artist, you should be thinking about that, most of the time. Like, what am I looking at? What's important about it? How would I draw it? How would I break it down? How would I tell this story? So, sorry, that's not a fun one. That's just important.
Oh,
Take it all in.
Womp womp.
Study. Study.
Yes. I echo pretty much everything everyone said. Draw all the time. References are not bad. Everybody always says references
References,
are bad.
Use reference.
please.
References are not bad.
It's really dumb when you say, I don't use reference. And it's like, well, that's because that's
And
wrong.
it shows.
Yeah.
Right. It's
There's
I drew
Google
that.
now.
I drew that car from memory. Yes, you sure did.
It's a real slow clap.
There's Google now. Like, it's never been easier to have reference of anything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. References are not bad, and push a little bit further. A smile is okay, but
Yeah.
smile bigger.
People ask about, the expressions that we do all the time. Make the expressions. Think about, your character is mad.
Yeah.
Your character is happy, and a lot of artists keep a mirror by them so they can, okay, what does my face do when I make these faces? And you can mimic that in your art.
That's why all Andy's Pinkie Pies have a beard.
Yes.
If you listen to certain music too while you're trying to create a piece that's like got a certain mood to it, so if you want to do something super happy, like
Yeah.
K-pop's pretty great, or if something sad, maybe some just like cello music, or Decemberists.
Yeah, I did listen to a lot of Pink Floyd when I was doing the Cosmos arc, so.
All right. Thank you, everyone, for coming out to
Thank
the
you,
panel.
Thanks, guys.
Get some applause for our amazing panelists.
Oprah Andy over here. You get a sketch.
Whoa.
You get a sketch. Cover your eyes.
We're in the vendor hall for the rest of the weekend.
Paper
Please
cuts
come
for
by and
everyone.
hang out if you have questions.
It's ridiculous.
We're happy to talk to you.
Yeah, come see us in the marketplace.
Sarah Richards said that I'm not going to sell all my prints, and I think she's wrong.
All right.
did
Thank you,
not.
everyone. Enjoy the rest of your BronyCon.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks, guys. We love you.
Thank you so much. That was super fun.
Tomorrow spring is here.
They took me out of my house, now I have a new home. I got my pills like a good girl, and I got a new beau. I wiggle around my fake tail despite how they treat me. They make me
Night Sparkle shall take on a new mission for Equestria. She must continue to study the magic of friendship from her new home in Ponyville. I'll study harder than ever before.
Hello there, my lovelies. Right, okay, saying hello doesn't deserve a round of applause, okay. You better save your applause because you're going to rub your hands raw for this one. We're waiting for the last few people to get in, but since it is 4 o'clock, we are going to get started. She is the reason that any of us are here in the first place. She's changed a lot of lives, and today we're going to have a conversation with her and some stories and experiences from the life of the one, the only, Lauren Faust.
Hello.
Do you want mine instead? Should we swap these?
Thank you. I love you too.
We're having minor technical difficulties.
Some mic issues. Hang on.
Do you want to just swap? Should we just swap these?
No, that's okay. Figure it out. Can I just take it out and hold it? All right, we'll do it this way.
Magnificent. Right. So, Lauren, the questions that we're going to go through today, we have some questions that are already set, some submitted questions, and if we have time, we'll do some live Q&A with some of our audience members.
Sure.
Brilliant. So, what inspired the world of Equestria as you envisioned it when you were first conceptualizing My Little Pony?
Hasbro came to me and asked me to put together a rough pitch, a simple idea to kind of get the ball rolling, to see if they were interested in working with me and my ideas. And I always say that it started, for me, you know, it was my favorite toy when I was a little kid. I played with them a lot. My work and the way I like to tell stories is very character-based. So the first thing I did was actually go to the attic and pull out all of the toys from when I was a kid, because I still had them all, and kind of sift through them and try to remember how I played with them when I was little, which was actually quite easy. It was all still at the front of my brain. And I pulled out several of the ponies that kind of resonated with me the most when I was a kid, the ones that I played with the most, the ones that I felt like I sort of gave the strongest personalities to. And that's exactly where I started. I started doing some little sketches. I started with G1 characters. I just wanted to bring them right back. I didn't want to create anybody new. But I was thinking about them the way that I played with them when I was little, who they were, what kind of adventures I took them on, what sort of stories I told with them when I was 7, 8, 9. And it completely started from there. But primarily with the relationships that the characters had with one another.
So did you use a lot of G1 for your inspiration, or did you make your own stories as a child and pull from those instead?
I really pulled from the stories I made up myself. I did not watch a lot of the G1 cartoon, to be perfectly honest. I watched a little bit of it and sort of went, I like what I'm doing better. Even as an 8-year-old, it wasn't quite living up to my expectations. So I didn't have a lot to work from in terms of the G1 shows, but the G1 ponies themselves and the play sets and how I played with them myself.
So you did what all little girls do, except you've got to do it on a very large scale.
Yes.
That is kind of amazing. So what other inspirations did you use aside from your childhood storytelling?
Well, when they liked my initial pitch, which was really just character-based, they asked me to expand it out a little bit more, and I started thinking about the world that the ponies lived in general. I definitely dipped into my childhood love. I've always said that My Little Pony, I used my inner child as my creative consultant. So I always kind of went back to the things that I liked and I loved when I was 8 years old, around that age. And very into fairy tales, so jumped right into that, started pulling out like iconic ideas and concepts and themes that we see in fairy tales. But also, I was like a very early kind of fantasy nerd. Read and was really into The Hobbit around the time I was 10. So so a lot of the grander world of My Little Pony is not just based on fairy tales, but like sort of classic fantasy stuff. I've often called like Canterlot, I always used to call Gondor for girls. It's like built into the side of a mountain, It's like so bringing those like bigger, grander ideas again from these books and these stories that had themes that I loved. So very much of it came from that as well.
So you drew from a vast amount of different things then. Were there any other media that influenced you, or did you pull mainly from literature and things like that?
In a general sense, I feel like that was kind of it. Since in terms of when we were making the show, a lot of sensibilities came from my love of animation, of course, and studying animation, going to school for animation, having worked in animation for a while. So even things about like tone and cartooniness, we even like I think even little bits and snippets of like Bugs Bunny and Chuck Jones got in there. Just like an anvil falls on Twilight Sparkle's head. I mean that's Looney Tunes, You know, so so even that got in there too.
That's kind of amazing. Could you tell us about meeting the production team and the VAs when you first met them for the first time, and what your impressions are and how it went?
You have to forgive me because it really was a very long time ago for me at this point. This is a good, several years ago. I was kind of isolated from a lot of the creative team once we got into production because everything was being done in Canada, and I was down here in the States by myself. I had my writing team, but I only saw my writers, one day a week and any individual writers. Like I'd only see everybody like maybe once a month or something to work with the writing. So when we went to cast the show, Studio B, which is now DHX, auditioned a bunch of Canadian actresses that I never met. Having worked in LA, I had a lot of actresses that I like to work with, but that wasn't an option. We had to work with Canadian artists exclusively. So they sent me auditions. So these were names I didn't know. I'd look them up, faces I wasn't familiar with. I was just listening to the voices. So, and I was listening to them to see whether or not they, A, were funny, B, good actors, and C, embodied the feeling of the character of what we wanted from the character. So my first impressions were almost like entirely professional in that sense, because all I was hearing were their voices.
Wow. So I genuinely did not know that.
Yeah.
It was a learning experience. Were there any surprises when it came to pairing VAs with the respective characters as things went along?
Well, again, just because it's just a process of, and this is how it works everywhere. They send you auditions from anywhere between maybe 4 or 5 people to, sometimes over a dozen. So, I mean, you listen to the voices and you make your pick, and there it goes. So I don't know if anything's particularly surprising, because you cast your cast and make your picks.
It certainly went a long way to making the show as popular as it is. A lot of the voice acting and your character designs really carried it into this entire fandom. It would not have worked as well without those concepts in the beginning. So I just want to say thank you for that.
Oh, you're welcome. Thank you.
Yeah. What sort of concepts and ideas or locales were drafted that never really got to appear in the show that you would have liked to have seen someday?
I don't know. Came up with all the basic concepts. Again, from a point of practicality and just the profession of animation, it costs money to have 10 bazillion locations. So you pick the ones that you're going to use over and over again. So, we had Ponyville, Canterlot. Oh my gosh, what's the name of where the Pegasus live? Thank you. My husband came up with that name. Yes, I couldn't think of one. I guess I couldn't remember it either. Cloudsdale, thank you. So I came up with those main locations, expecting to go through them constantly throughout the series. So I'm not sure I can say that there were any locations that I had come up with that, and when you're making these shows and you're working with your writers, you know that it's going to evolve as you're going. So that new locations and new ideas and new characters are going to come up as you're creating the show. So I was just sitting back to wait to see what would happen. So,
were there any plot lines or any character? Because you said it's a very character-driven show, and you conceptualized it as this very character-driven piece. Are there any directions you would have liked to take characters in?
Yeah, there were a handful of characters that I thought that I had kind of planned arcs for. I had a little bit of a different idea for where the Cutie Mark Crusaders were going to go than I think eventually how they turned out. So for them, the big thing I wanted to do in particular was with Sweetie Belle and Scootaloo. So the Cutie Mark Crusaders want their cutie marks. And they're trying all these different things they want to do to find what their life's purpose is so their cutie marks would appear. And Sweetie Belle initially just wanted to be like her sister, you know? So she wanted to be an artist, she wanted to sew, she wanted to be beautiful, and she was pursuing this particular dream. Same with Scootaloo. Scootaloo was pursuing this dream to fly, like her idol, Rainbow Dash. And the story I wanted to tell with those two was that, you know, we don't always, it's gonna sound sad at first, we don't always get our dreams, you know? Sometimes you work really hard pursuing a very specific goal, something that in your brain you think you're meant to do or that you really want to do, but sometimes we find out that our life has a different purpose than what we're shooting for. And what both Sweetie Belle and Scootaloo, I wanted them to learn was just that. Sweetie Belle didn't even realize she had this beautiful singing voice. And once she gave up trying to be someone she wasn't and embraced what was really talented about her, and same with Scootaloo, that maybe she'd never be able to fly, but she's amazing on her scooter, that their cutie marks would appear once they really accepted who they were. And that was the arc that I was going with for those characters. I understand it ended a little bit differently for them in the show, but that's an example of some characters that I had specific arcs in mind.
It certainly sounds like a lesson that little girls should learn. Little girls, little boys, everybody.
Could use the lesson like that. I think that's true of everybody. I think there's all like when we're kids, we have dreams for ourselves, those things that we want to do. Something as big as I want to be a rock star. Something as mundane as, you know, maybe I want to get married. You know, sometimes we don't get our dreams, but that doesn't mean that life there isn't something more important that you're meant for.
Were there any lessons in particular? Because it's quite an educational show with sort of life lessons and emotional intelligence. Is there anything in particular you wanted your audience, at the point when you started, you wanted them to get out of the show from a learning perspective?
Well, maybe nothing so specific. I think, for me, I think those are the kinds of stories I want to tell. You know, some storytellers just want to make you laugh. Some of them just want to keep you on the edge of your seat. There's different ways to get an audience riveted and interested in a story. And for me, that is about connecting to a character and relating to their journey. So in all the stories I like to tell, they are all about a character learning something about themselves. So it's partly for the audience, you know, like the story about the Cutie Mark Crusaders. That is a life lesson for somebody to learn. And, you know, part of me is like, yeah, sure, this could really help somebody someday. But the other part of me is like, this is entertaining. You know, this is fun to watch a character, to get really invested in a character and their flaws, and seeing them going like, oh, you're so close, I just want to see you get it right. And when you're really invested in the character and you see them change and you see them learn, that's satisfying and that's entertaining, and that's storytelling to me.
You can definitely see that it's carried through into a lot of your work, that angle of character-driven storytelling, and it is really admirable that across your entire repertoire you have carried through on that dedication to characters. I mean, it is very, very admirable.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, like I said, that's just how I like to tell stories.
Certainly works. Have you had any ideas that have found homes in other projects that you've worked on post-Pony?
A little bit, maybe not in any sort of specific sort of way. You know, because every show is different, every character is different, every team that you work with is different, and it's important to use the strengths of your team and work with your team and their ideas. But in terms of like themes and concepts, without being able to come up with anything specific, I would say yes. You know, that I'm like, oh, I didn't quite get to go to this place with this character that I wanted to, but here I have this new character that's in a similar situation. I can take them to a similar place, even if it's not exactly the same thing. It's like, oh, I can finally tell that story about that feeling, or I can finally tell that story about that lesson, even though it isn't exactly the same as it would have been in the other show. It could be similar in this one.
Oh, so that you do that, get that creative satisfaction just postponed a little bit.
Yeah, and that's a. I mean, I think that's a big thing about being creative in general. Recently, in a lot of talks that I've had, the question of rejection has come up a number of times, and how to deal with rejection. And I remind people that, you know, just because somebody said no to something now doesn't mean that it's done forever. You know, you might be able to revisit that idea 10 years from now, 15 years from now. The timing could be different. You just haven't found the person who likes that idea yet, or the right venue to use that idea in. So, yeah, you just put it in your pocket and take it out later.
Do you have like a book of unused ideas? And you're like, right, I can flip through this and find my one.
It's all in here.
Oh my
Yeah,
goodness.
I mean, it's not that I don't write it. I don't know. It just sticks in there. I tend to remember it.
Must be all the good ideas stayed just right there.
Yeah.
What are some of the more memorable moments of working on Pony and working with your team?
Let me think. There's so many, and they're all sort of like, some of them are big, some of them are small. Like one thing that I remember was being in the story meeting for Sonic Rain Boom with Rob Renzetti and Mitch Larson. And I just remember we were working through that story and going like, oh, this one's gonna be good. Like it was just kind of coming together really well, and everything was falling into place. And you know, sometimes you're working on stories and you have to like really struggle to make it work, and that one just came together really nicely. So then when the episode, that's my favorite episode in season 1, and you know, so when it all came together in the end, that was very satisfying. But it was very satisfying to kind of know that I could tell. That's a strong memory. Here's kind of a little, like a small one, but kind of a funny one. Well, first I should start with like getting to direct John Delancey was a very memorable moment. As a very big Star Trek fan, we told the Hasbro executives when they were asking us about Discord, and I said, like, he's like Q from Star Trek, and they went, can we get John Delancey? I'm like, you tell me. Can we? I don't know. I want to. So getting to meet him and direct him for the first time, I was so nervous. I was really, really nervous, and so he's gonna kill me. He kept saying Shutterfly instead of Fluttershy. And I was so embarrassed having to ask him to correct himself. But very endearing. But I was just so nervous through the whole thing. And then another small little snippet was, you know, John coming from live action, and I kept asking him to deliver the lines a little faster. I couldn't get him to be quite as fast as I needed him to be, because in cartoons people talk at a pretty fast clip. So you can speed up characters' voices quite a bit. Most of the shows I work on, the actors deliver their lines. You want it to sound natural, so you don't want them to speed through the lines. You ask them to speed them up like 5 to 10%, which is usually forgivable in animation. But with John, the episode was a little too long, and I said, can we speed him up 15%? And I remember her like being really excited that we sped him all the way up to 15%, and it still sounded okay. And we're like, yes. That's a very small, little, silly sort of thing. But for somehow that really sticks in my memory.
It shows you took a lot of pride in your work. That was something that you go, yes.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, exactly. So of all those of all the little things, that was one that stood out. Yeah, I mean, I could probably prattle on forever. This like little
I
tiny
don't think you'd find
details like
anybody
that.
here who is going to complain about that.
I'm trying to think of like any of the ones that were just like big and significant, but most of those revolve around like when I started seeing the reactions online that were like bigger than I ever expected. Those were some pretty memorable moments of just finding threads and threads and threads of people talking about it and going like, what is happening?
I mean, what was that like when you started? When did you realize it had gone beyond its initial audience into this?
I started. What was it? It was. This is gonna sound weird, but when I started seeing people talking about it in a positive way on 4chan. The positive part of that being the important part, like that's when I think I realized that like this is not what I was expecting. Yeah.
I'll say weird is relative when you're at a Brony convention. What was the reaction of the team when, like, who realized first that it was getting so big and was getting this strangely adult audience?
Well, like I mentioned before, I was a little bit isolated from most of the team. I was working from my home office from day to day while everybody was up in Vancouver. So the only story that I ever got relayed to me from anybody realizing that this was blowing up was from Mitch, who I sent him and the writers. I had found a video of a Russian Brony get-together where a bunch of adult Russian dudes got together and were singing Winter Wrap-Up. I don't remember how I stumbled across that online, and I sent that to my writers, and Mitch told me that was like when it hit him. that he was like, oh, this is going to be something we were not expecting, like at all, like that. He said that's when it hit him. Which I think is funny, because like that would hit anybody.
Yeah, that's definitely dropping you in the deep end.
Yeah.
Were there any practical jokers of the group that you work with?
Again, I don't want to be boring, but I spent most of my time alone. This is in my home office 4 days a week, just like doing notes and drawing like alone and emailing things to everybody. So I practical joked myself.
We're going to take just a couple of questions. There was an online poll that BronyCon ran and got some questions. If you don't mind answering those?
Sure.
What's your favorite episode that you worked on and or watched? And that's from Rolling Wonder.
From what?
Rolling Wonder is the person who asked this. What is your favorite episode that you worked on or that you watched?
I think I mentioned it before. I really enjoyed Sonic Rain Boom from the beginning to the end. From its inception and from its completion, that is the best episode of season 1 to me.
What was it about that one that really captured you, made you think, oh, this is amazing?
Well, that one for me felt like this is what I want the show to be. That's when everything kind of came together. I hate to be boring again, but it just keeps coming back to Sonic Rain Boom for me.
While you stated you have a vision plan for the main 6, did you ever have a vision or specific goal plan for Spike?
I had a few little ideas here and there that I wasn't sure. Again, you know, while you're working with your writers and working with your team and seeing how things evolve and change, maybe this character will go in this direction and maybe that character will go in this direction. But I do think that I figured that by the end of it all, he would at the very least grow to his full size and just be a gigantic, epic, awesome dragon breathing fire all over the place and ponies riding on his back and being super cool.
You heard it here, guys.
But then always like his sweet self on the inside and like the fun irony of somebody being just majestic and huge and amazing and also just like still really nice and sweet.
Still looking up to Twilight, even as he's looking down at her.
Exactly.
Out of all the shows you've worked on, which character would you say was the most fun to design?
It's funny because like the ponies are basically all the same except different hair. And slightly different eye shapes. So the only one that really kind of I'd say would stand out. Let's see. It wasn't that there were characters that were more fun to design than other ones, but ones that might have been a little more challenging. Rarity stands out to me because there's an interesting design aspect to her hair that's based off of the character Margaret from Dennis the Menace, where her hair looks like it's a flat piece of paper that's just curled in let's see, I think there were like maybe 5 different versions of Granny Smith before we settled on, like it was really hard to figure out how to draw a really old pony and still make her appealing. Spike, I'm actually particularly proud of. Like every time I look at him, I'm like, I did a good job on him. I was trying to find a really like a middle ground between a dragon and a toddler. So that's why he kind of has a bit of a diaper butt. So he's got the little arched back and his belly sticks out and his butt's kind of big and his little legs are a little bit hyperextended because I wanted him to look like a little 2-year-old toddling around to try to make him cute. So I'm actually pretty proud of the Spike character design.
Now you've described it like that, now so am I.
Yeah, he's got a diaper butt.
Which design did you start with? Which one came to you like first, earliest in the process, and you went, that's it, that's the one I'm going with?
Well, when I was first doing the initial character designs, I was working with the G1s, the versions of them that were still G1s in my head. And I was just trying to come up with the, what is the base pony body? Because I knew that's where it was going to go. It's like all ponies were going to be the same, they're just going to have different hair. But of course, the character that I was drawing to try to figure out what a basic pony would look like was Firefly, which became Rainbow Dash. So that's who I'd say.
Best pony. You work post-pony. Is there anything in particular that you've enjoyed designing, just character-wise, after MLP? Any shows you've worked on afterwards?
Not to sound like a shameless plugger, but I'm really proud of my character designs on Superhero Girls. I spent a lot of time. It was super important to me that we have a show about teenage girls, and I wanted to show how different teenage girls could be and could look. So I had 6 characters and 6 different body types, and it's so important to me as a character designer that you can take one look at your character, or that anybody who isn't involved can take one look at your character and take a pretty good guess of who they are and what their personality is like. And I spent a lot of time on the Superhero Girls designs, all 6 of those main girls. The 6 boys, the 6 villains, the boys and the villains, a lot of people on my team I worked with them with, but the 6 main girls I designed myself, and I'm very pleased with them. Yeah.
So let's talk a little bit about Superhero Girls, because it's clearly really important to you. What went into your thoughts processes for each of those designs? As in, what were you trying to achieve with each one? Was there something in particular that you wanted to get across? Or?
Yeah. Well, I think that's why they were so fun and why they took me so long. Was because I had to embody who they are as heroes and what their powers are, along with their personalities. So in terms of thinking about their body types, and Supergirl is about strength, and in the comics, Supergirl, Superman looks like he's been taking steroids for 500 years. But Supergirl looks like, you know, this wafy little petite little thing. And I'm like, well, how does this Krypton stuff work? I mean, do you come to Earth and get roided out, or can you be as skinny as anything and still be able to throw cars around? So I wanted to bring that musculature to Supergirl. So I had to but she's also in our group kind of the rebellious character, so I wanted to embody this idea of super strength and how can a girl look awesome with big muscles, but then also look like this rebellious kind of irreverent sort of, you know, character with a slightly bad temper, and trying to incorporate that into the design as well. So I did that with all of them. You know, Wonder Woman was fun for me because she's an Amazon, but she's a teenage Amazon, and you know, I come from a family of very tall people, and I know that you know, as big as anybody might be when they're tall as an adult, they probably had a period in their life as a teenager where they were a gangly beanpole. So a teenage Amazon might be really, really tall, but she might also be like a little bit gangly and a little bit awkward, but still trying to like preserve her strength. Batgirl I saw, she doesn't have superpowers, but she, you know, she's very acrobatic and very lithe, so I tried to design her like a little spring. So I sort of like ran the gamut like across all of my characters of like trying to like, what is their superpower, who are they as people, and how can I get that across visually in one character design.
Did you have any voice actors in mind, particularly while you were designing them, thinking, I wish I could have X, Y, and Z playing these characters?
Well, I had already done some shorts. Are you still talking about superhero girls?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I had already done some shorts with Supergirl, Batgirl, and it was Wonder Girl, not Wonder Woman. So I wanted to bring those actresses back. Gray Delisle is Wonder Woman. She said yes. Nicole Sullivan is Supergirl, and she was on board. And of course, Tara Strong is Batgirl. Is also Twilight Sparkle. Tara's also Harley Quinn. She's also the Cheetah. And then the other three actresses were with the same process as Pony auditions. So those the three actresses I had never worked with before, and I plan on working with again. They're fabulous. Yeah.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
Right, we're going to go into live Q&A, if that's okay with you?
Yeah, certainly.
Right, so security are going to make sure that those with accessibility issues are coming to the front first. Yep, here we come. They're coming up to do this. So they're going to organize you. Can you please get into a line here by the microphone? Could we have that spot off, please, because we're kind of blind in the audience?
Yeah.
Thank you. Or just blind me instead, that's fine. Right. So it is those with accessibility issues at the front, please. And can we have a couple of steps behind the people at the front just to make sure that there's no traffic issues? Sorry, I hope I didn't get you too off topic talking about superhero girls, but it's just, I love it. I can remember watching the original shorts in my teeny weeny home back in Britain and just thinking, oh, I wish this was a proper show. So I was ecstatic when it became one. I was like, oh, yes.
Hey.
Oh, no. No. We'll plug it all
Are you
on.
ready?
We'll plug it again at the end if you want.
Okay. So
People need to watch
supposedly
this show.
we're in another golden age of animation, and we're also seeing a lot more women entering the animation industry and creating new animated series. Can you share your thoughts on that?
Could you get a little bit closer to the microphone, hun, because we can't quite hear
sorry.
you. Thank you, sweets.
Sorry. So we're supposedly in another golden age of animation, and we're seeing a lot more women entering the animation industry and creating new animated series. Can you share your thoughts on that?
It's actually like a really wonderful time for women in animation right now. I think a lot of doors have opened in the last few years. I think they've opened because the studios and the media companies are finally acknowledging that girls like things like comic books and cartoons. And on top of that, they're giving it a try, and it's working. So it's a really exciting thing to see things like, movies like Captain Marvel come out and be successful. I don't think they would have 15 years ago, because I think there's also a shift in giving women a chance. There's a shift in giving girl characters and girl shows a chance, but there's also a shift in the minds of boys and men that they don't have to be embarrassed liking things about girls or looking up to characters who are girls. And it's really amazing for me to see that finally setting in. So it's a wonderful time for women in animation right now.
Well, thank you for all you've done, and keep up the great work with everything.
Thank you.
Could we move that spotlight again, please? Thank you. I think it shifted back. Thank you.
Hi,
Hello again.
Hi, my name is Tristan. You signed my Powerpuff Girls autograph thing earlier. Isn't she great, everyone? I mean, she made our childhood, our teenagehood, and now our adulthood with 4 great, fantastic shows. Let's give a round of applause for that. I have 3 questions I would like to ask you. The first one, when I was reading an article about your tweets or your tweets back in 2013 when people were asking you Q&A questions, and you had planned more stories for like Luna and Sakura, and then I saw something on when you were being interviewed at a panel at GalCon 2016. You said that you had your own idea of how of why Luna turned into Nightmare Moon, and like even how, but you wanted to keep it a secret. And after, doing a lot of thinking about it, I was thinking that like I could try a crack at it.
I'm not sure I understand the question. Did you want to try a crack at it?
I do, yes. You do. You do keep your idea of how Luna became Nightmare Moon, like in your own mind, like a secret, like it's.
I think he's asking, like, what was your original theory for how Luna became Nightmare Moon?
And you said at GalCon that it was a secret.
I don't remember.
It was that secret.
I don't. I'm trying to remember like what I thought. I mean, why Luna became Nightmare Moon. Well, earlier I said it's all in here and I remember it all, and I guess not. Maybe I wrote it down in some notes. I think you mentioned Zecora earlier, and I had a brief idea that Zecora might have actually been a zebra from our world, and that maybe the Everfree Forest was a little bit as a portal between Equestria and Earth, and that Zecora may have crossed through that portal from the savannah into the Everfree Forest and gained speech and her cutie mark, and that was a little bit of a snippet of an idea of something I thought a direction I might take Zecora in. So it's like, I'm sorry I can't seem to like jog my memory on Luna now, but there's some Zecora for you.
Actually, that brings me into my second question. Do you plan on turning your... Now, it seems that Hasbro is making 1 hour sorts of MLP now that the show's ending to kind of expand the world a little bit. Are you planning on turning your head canon into Celestia Luna's backstory into one of those like 1 hour shorts? Like, are you gonna give Hasbro permission to be like, yeah, sure, you can take my idea for what I originally had in mind for Celestia Luna's backstory and use it in that medium?
I think he's asking, would you like the backstory you originally came up for with these characters to be turned into 1 hour specials?
You know what? I actually thought maybe they could be once. There was a time that I thought that maybe I actually had a big weird thing I worked out about the Everfree Forest and the Temple of the Sisters and all that sort of stuff. And I thought it might be one day a fun spin-off series to tell the ancient stories of the sisters and the Alicorns and what that place was, what the ruins were before the Everfree Forest took over that part of Equestria. But it wasn't. I never thought out. I never thought out much more than that. But I thought like, oh, if there was ever going to be a spin-off, that might be a fun thing to explore is more ancient Equestria and what it was like before, this time, because like Celestia is supposed to be 1,000 years old. What was her life like when she was only 200 years old?
Thank you very much for your questions.
Thank you.
We're going to try and limit it to one question per person because we've got a long queue. So one question per person from now on. Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm Tobin. I wanted to know if Craig helped with any of the background characters' designs or ideas.
Craig actually helped me a little bit with Discord. Craig, yeah, he you know what, it's kind of funny. I was really tired that day, and I had to turn the design around. I was struggling a little bit with his head. So I asked Craig what his opinion, what he thought, and he did a few little sketches for me. So there's a little bit of Craig in Discord, and Craig actually helped me design the uniforms for the Wonderbolts.
Nice. Thank you. That's definitely interesting information we weren't aware of before.
He and I like to say that when you hire one of us, you get the other one as a creative consultant for free.
Okay, got your question, hon?
I'm just trying to get
Oh.
So I was just wondering if you have seen the My Little Pony movie, and if you have, what you thought of it from like a writer's standpoint, and also what you might have thought of it from like just a general audience standpoint.
I'm ashamed to say this, but I didn't get a chance to see it. I've got a really, really busy job and a toddler, and I just don't get to the theater. I just don't. But I'm looking forward to getting a chance to see it eventually.
It's on Blu-ray.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I was wondering, how hard was it to get the rights for DC Superhero Girls, and how long that took?
I don't have the rights to anything. DC and Warner Brothers came and asked me, they said, we own these characters, can you tell some stories about them? I own nothing.
How long did it take you to get that show into production then?
Superhero Girls was in development for about a year, and then we started to staff up after that, and it was a good 4 months before we started actually like moving into production. So like a little less than a year and a half. Which is actually kind of fast.
So we definitely need to get the word out there on Superhero Girls, guys. We need to watch this. It needs to come back for a second season. Yes.
Thank
Round of
you,
applause for
thank
superhero
you.
girls, please.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Rutger from the Netherlands. My question is, in Generation 1, there were humans in the show. Have you ever considered incorporating humans in G4? And when they did that in Equestria Girls, what was your reaction to that?
The incorporation of what? Sorry, it was a little hard to
Get a little
understand.
closer to the mic,
Sorry.
please.
I repeat the question. In Generation 1, the original series, there were humans in the show, human beings.
Humans, right.
Have you ever considered using humans in G4?
I had briefly, when I was developing My Little Pony, I had anticipated that Hasbro might ask me to bring Megan into the story. So I had a little bit of an idea of, again, I don't know what's up with me and portals between worlds, but I did have an idea that about a girl named Megan who lived in the city, who loved horses, but because she lived in the city, she really didn't get to see any. And that her coming over to Equestria through this portal and then suddenly being surrounded by talking horses might be like an angle on the show or on a possible like special or something like that. If they had asked me to bring Megan or humans into the show, that was sort of a theme that I was playing with, but they didn't ask me to, so I didn't really pursue it.
I see.
Thank you very much for your question.
And when they did it in Equestria Girls?
I'm sorry?
What's your thoughts on Equestria Girls?
I haven't seen a lot of Equestria Girls. I'm so sorry. It looks very cute.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, what's your question, hon?
So I had a question about Fluttershy. What was what made you come up with her personality and design?
I think I mentioned earlier that I, based the ponies off of characteristics that I gave to ponies that I played with when I was little, and I did have a little shy. I had two shy characters that I made up. One was Posy, and another one was named Seashell. And I don't know, something because I was a shy character, because I was a shy girl. Playing characters who were shy was important to me, and I thought that, shy kids might like to see a representation of themselves in TV. So I made Fluttershy. I made her shy. She was originally based off of the G1 pony Posy. And then, in trying to express what a shy, gentle character might look like, I gave her, long, graceful hair to show her gentle side, but I also made it to be like a curtain that she hung over her face to hide. So that physicality of what her hair did expressed who she was inside. This is somebody who was gentle but wanted to hide.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. Thank you. Speak directly into the mic, okay?
With the show in its 9th season, how would you describe on how it's big it's become after what you built?
Little closer. It's really
Maybe
hard
we
to hear
can
you.
raise the mic up. I think
Yeah.
it might be a little low for most people.
With the show in its 9th season, how would you describe on how big it's become after what you built?
How would you describe the legacy of what you've built?
Oh gosh, I wouldn't even know. What's happened with this show and the effect that it's had on people has been so astounding and surprising and nothing I ever could have dreamed of or anticipating. But I think that the part that makes me proud when you think about the legacy, what the meaning of what this show means to the people that it affected is friendship and kindness. And I think that that's what's resonated with people. I think that's why a lot of people are here today, loving one another, taking care of one another, accepting each other for their differences. I hope that's what the legacy of this version of My Little Pony becomes.
Yeah, lower the mic a little bit.
Hello, thank you for coming to BronyCon.
What I would like to ask you, before you described what you were planning to do with Scootaloo and Sweetie Belle, what about Apple Bloom? What was your original plan with her?
You know what? You know what's funny is that like when I originally came up with I didn't originally come up with the Crusaders. I originally came up with Apple Bloom exclusively. The little one who didn't have a cutie mark yet and wanted a cutie mark. So she didn't have this. When I came up with her alone, she didn't have this goal. Then Hasbro asked me, they said, hey, these two ponies, two G3 ponies, Scootaloo and Sweetie Belle are really popular. Can you find a place for them? So I made the Cutie Mark Crusaders as a group. So Apple Bloom never quite had the trajectory that the other two had, just because she was created with a more simple idea in mind. The other two characters were an evolution of that idea. So I didn't have a really firm plan for her. I was hoping that as we made the show, it would become apparent. But where the Cutie Mark Crusaders landed in the show for real seems like that would have been a good place for Apple Bloom. That her purpose was to help others find their purpose. I thought that was actually kind of a lovely idea for her.
Thank you.
All right, this is a question that I have had on my mind for a few years now. And it's going to sound a little non sequitur at first, but it does relate to Pony because it's about like, okay, first of all, are you at all familiar with the Fire Emblem series?
With what?
The Fire Emblem video game series.
Fire Emblem video games.
I'm afraid not.
Okay, because the character right here, I know you can't see it, but she is named Florina. She's a Pegasus Knight, and her description here reads, shy, gentle girl who loves animals.
Okay.
I don't know. I just wanted to hear from your mouth that like this is all a coincidence.
Your guess is as good as mine.
Would you consider Equestria Girls part of your canon for the show?
Oh, you've done it now.
No. But that's okay. It's, it grew way bigger and further beyond me, and that was it's not mine anymore. So it's okay, and it's a good looking show, and a lot of people like it, and a lot of people worked really hard on it. But that wouldn't have been my choice.
Also on 4chan, we would like to see you come back on /MLP. Thank you.
First of all, thank you. I know you heard a million times, but you absolutely did change my life. So just thank you.
Oh, thank you.
So you said many times in any of your interviews that when you started out, you were really trying to make a show that was different for girls. I was wondering why you thought men responded so heavily to My Little Pony, and if you think there's something missing in mainstream media that maybe they were getting from this.
Sorry, what was the last part of your question?
Whether there's something missing from like media aimed at boys that they're getting out of like My Little Pony and things.
Oh, that's a good question. Yeah, so I started out, I think, I was frustrated growing up that I always say that things for girls were puddles of mushy goody two-shoeness is how I used to always kind of say it, that things were really soft, they were a little dumbed down, they were a little like too much about like sharing and caring and holding hands and skipping down the lane, and and that's why people didn't like it, and that's why people thought that things for girls were dumb, and subsequently that's why they thought girls were dumb, and that's I grew up feeling the weight of that. So I wanted, when I made My Little Pony, I did want to change that. I wanted to make something that was compelling and fun and interesting and smart, and something that girls could be proud of liking, and that their brothers could they could argue with their brothers when they gave them a hard time about it. And coming from a show like Powerpuff Girls, I knew it was possible. I don't know how it resonated the way that it did. I mean, my theory had always been, actually, that a lot of the first guys who took a look at My Little Pony might have been taking a look at it to laugh at it. They might have been watching it to kind of hate watch it and laugh it and tease it, and then were surprised that it wasn't what they expected, and that maybe the novelty of that was what kept them watching. That's my theory. But I don't know. But when I ask people, when I ask people early on, like, why do you like it? I'm so surprised. I was very surprised to hear, young men saying that they related to these characters. These pastel-colored ponies, that they were able to connect with their challenges and their feelings. That really surprised me. And made me proud that they were open enough to let themselves relate to these very, very girly characters. And perhaps that's what's missing. Maybe, working in this business, when people are talking about we're targeting boys or we're targeting girls, when they talk about targeting boys, they just talk about jokes and fighting.
Still very stereotypical for boys.
Yeah, it's absolutely true. That's what they think boys want. And they must be missing something, because they don't let their characters have feelings or emotions or flaws. And maybe we do need more of that for boys as well.
Thank you.
We have time for one last question. So this has to be the last one, I'm afraid, sweetheart. So
Lauren,
unfortunately,
Okay.
we're out of time, so
Okay.
this is the last one.
Lauren, did you spend some of your childhood here in Maryland, or?
I grew up here.
Okay. What?
I'm from Severna Park. I know the Inner Harbor like the back of my hand. I'm so sad I'm not going to get to go to the aquarium.
So what, were there any specific experiences in Maryland that somehow made it to to whether My Little Pony or any of the other things that you'd worked on?
Oh, I don't know if there's anything specific to Maryland. It's just that I think, this is where my creative brain was fashioned. This is where I bought all of my ponies at Kitty City in Glen Burnie. So if I had to connect anything that I've done to Maryland, it's just that this is where I grew, and this is where my creativity formed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you very much, Lauren, for joining us today.
My pleasure.
And everybody go and watch Superhero Girls, seriously.
Yes, watch Superhero Girls.
Talk about it on Twitter. Let's get this hashtag going.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. I think if you could get this lot trending Superhero Girls on Twitter, it'd be a powerhouse of a thing.
I wiggle around my fake tail despite how they treat me. They make me feel so alone even when they're here. So many orders to tell me I don't know what to do. I wanna run on all fours just like anyone around me. So I run after my friends, but my friends wanna catch me. I'm not like anyone else, 'cause they just wanna hurt me. Stop being tied to me, but that's window. They all seem so normal, it feels really shallow. So I wondered why everyone were against me. I thought that it's normal to be who I want to be, and they all got me crazy, but I just wish to be free. I wanna run on all fours just like anyone around me. So I ran after my friends, but my friends wanna catch me. I'm not like anyone else, 'cause they just wanna hurt me, stop me and touching me, but that's alright, 'cause I know who I am, but still no one believes in me.
sunshine, celery stalks. Sunshine, colorful flowers, so much to do. Tiny seeds. Plant up care with the colorful flowers. Test the ground. Sunshine, celery stalks. Plant up care the sunshine, colorful flowers, so much to do. Tiny seeds. Plant up care with the colorful flowers. Test the ground. Sunshine, celery stalks.
fill in those seats. Huh? Whatever. All right, everybody. Are you excited to see Anthology 7? Oh, yeah. I want to hear that again. Are you ready for Anthology 7? Woo! All right, well, thank you so much, so much for lining up and waiting outside and for coming here to support us during this panel. I want to reiterate that if there's any open seats in the middle, make sure that you can kind of move over and try to leave as little open gaps as possible. We're trying to fit as many people in here as possible, so that would really help us out. And for how many of you here is this your first anthology you've ever seen? Really? That's actually a fair number of hands. And for how many of you here have you actually seen the other anthologies that have been premiered? Ooh, some veterans. You get the veteran discount later. So thank you so much for being out here, and we're gonna get started soon, but right now we're just filling in all of the seats. These people could Naruto run in a little faster. You know, they can't stop all of us. But anyways, thank you so much for being out here. We're gonna start with some introductions soon, and we'll go through the team that is here and everybody who is a part of this project and really helped make this thing come together, because without them, we would not have an Anthology 7. So we'll get that underway soon. But thank you so much for being here, and we'll get this place filled out. Yeah. I think I'm gonna try this thing. Hey, look at me! Whoa, it's a drone thing! Whoa, it's a unicorn! They killed it. Unicorny's dead. Emily Larson was here. Bless this drone with his secret powers. Let's see if it works again. You gonna use it in Air 51? Oh